James, say hi. We are unmuted.
Hello.
Wow. Well, original plans gone out the window, but that's fine. We can play something for with ourselves too. I don't feel like playing like something like Mystery Dungeon because like that's not a important story point, and then there is other games like what's it like there is like Mystery Dungeon has a story point plot. I know Max is currently busy. Let's see. I just want to double check on my game. So just seeing. Yeah. Well,
Do you think Mount Your Friends would violate terms of service?
It wouldn't, as long as it's not on the absolute banned list, specifically. As long as it's not absolute banned list, we're technically okay.
Wait, there's a ban list on Twitch?
Oh, yeah, like Yandere Simulator, you know that game, right?
Oh yeah, it's like pretty dark.
Yeah, it is on the ban list. So like there's an actual ban list, but to be fair, Yandere Simulator on that specific list is actually I would say the tamest game on that list. Because other stuff will get like just thinking about it, you should probably know some of the worst games ever. Those are banned. But the list is not too long, so yeah, as long as it's not on that specific ban list and there's no like actual genitalia being shown, technically speaking, it's not banned. It's just suggestive.
Yeah.
Nick,
What's up, Mike?
Hello.
how's it going?
Good. I'm just looking at what games we could try together for a little bit. Oh yeah, I should uninstall Human Fall Flat because we just completed that Red Rock level.
Uninstall. They usually come out with a new level like every couple months or so.
Yeah, but I like to uninstall and reinstall. It's not that big of a game.
James, how's work?
It's fine.
Nothing too difficult. Oh, I need to get my fan in because I'm already sweating.
Proof that summertime is coming.
Is it summertime? If I do, do. Let's go.
Leave it to the meme lord.
Oh, summer.
Wow, I haven't heard that song in years.
Yeah, I remember it was like on a Guitar Hero 3 or something.
Hmm. Yep.
Goes out forever.
Let's see.
Cool.
That
I
song
don't
was
miss.
great.
I don't miss school, to be honest.
I mean, I like school because I made a lot of memories. I mean, without school, we would have never met.
Yeah, I mean, I think like some of the people you just happen to meet just because you're, forced into the same space. But
Yeah, that's true.
the school itself is just awful. Like it's just like here's a bunch of crap to memorize. You're not going to use any of it, but memorize it nonetheless.
Learning is still one of those things that we need to get better at.
Yeah, our educational system is like still stuck in the 18th century.
18th
Even though-
century.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Let's see.
Yep.
Mike, do you want to play a game with us?
Depends on what game.
Or do you feel like playing a game with us at any point? Like,
Yeah,
If
I'm
it-
alright by just watching.
let's see. Because if Will wants to join in, then I'm gonna have to look at what games. What the heck is this music?
You guys could play Humans Fall Flat.
We completed all the levels in there. It's a NES game. James does not have a Switch. FYI, Emoto.
I mean, I could buy one, but like,
Yeah.
I mean, I could just take this. How much I could like the money that I could buy like buy a Switch with. I could buy like enough games to keep me occupied for the next few years.
That's true, yeah. I'm
'Cause,
actually
like,
I'm looking at some of the games I have on Steam though, because some of them are like multiplayer-esque. So it's like I'm looking at see what games could I have that we could like either remote play or just multiplayer it.
Mm.
Because Back for Blood is we both have technically with
Mhm.
Xbox Game Pass, but
Yeah.
it's best with another person because 2 AI is not the best.
Yeah, we've also got the Master Chief Collection.
That's true, yeah. I have something called Death Square. What is this one again? Death Square is a cooperative puzzle game about cooperation, communication, and robot explosions.
Let's see. Yeah, because I know a number of us have
That
Team
seems like a
Fortress.
James game.
So some of the games that we all have in common, I know there's a couple of us that don't have Team Fortress 2 installed at the moment, but that's an option.
That is an option, yeah.
Fighter Z, Terraria, Borderlands 2.
I also want to make sure Will also is a part of this too. How can you see games that overlap? On Steam specifically, it's just basically like I go to their profile and then look at their games specifically to see if they have anything that overlap with each other. But
Yeah.
the good thing with Steam as well as like with like Parsec, we can like play remote play stuff, which is nice because sometimes there's some games that are only remote play. That's why I just start using my Shadow PC.
Oh, hey, it looks like there might be a website because I was thinking, oh, that feature that lets you see what you have in common with another person.
Yeah,
I was like, what if there's a one that lets you just see what you have in common with an entire friend group?
that's true, yeah.
I think there's a website that,
It should be, yeah.
yeah, you can like link your Steam account to.
James, you have Modern Warfare 2 on your Steam account?
I do?
Apparently you do.
What?
You have it somewhere. I literally see it on your Steam.
Because it was like that was the one. I don't remember. I think I got it in like either I got it in a bundle. I don't know. I never really bothered buying any of them on sale, to be honest. Just because like like Call of Duty games are still like they've hit that point where like they'll go on sale for $20, but they'll never go below that.
Yeah, basically.
And since no one plays the multiplayer anymore, except for like maybe like the most dedicated sweats,
Mhm.
like I just don't want to touch it.
Oh, you don't want to touch it.
No.
I mean, there's Shadow now.
There's Battle Block Theater I have. I mean, we can all play a cooperative game.
Golf.
With your friends.
We have golf.
Golf with your friends, yeah, that's a thing. Is there any new levels in it, though?
No, there's a bunch of that custom stuff we could try.
I haven't installed anything in the custom levels in a while.
Oh, I haven't played Star Wars Battlefront 2 Classic in a while.
That's another game I saw that Will also has.
Yeah. Plus, it's a low spec game. It doesn't take a lot of hardware to run, and I think we just need to find a server.
It's still popular because Battlefront 2 is classic. Is still.
Yeah, it's considered to be like one of the best shooters of its era. So.
Mhm. Will
there
can
was
play
Stick Fight
any
the
Steam?
game.
It's either if we're going for specific our own copies, Will has he's very limited selections. But with remote play he can because I've already tested out beforehand. Oh no, Steam should be it's his laptop that is not broken. If he was playing on a different computer, then yeah, there's a good chance he would not have access to his Steam account. Battlefront 2 Classic, man, I haven't had that, played that in a while. How big is it? 10 gigabytes. I'll install Battlefront 2 just in case. It's like if you want to play that, or we can play something special, I have to pull up my Shadow PC. Yes. I know what multiplayer game we can play, James. Aliens Colonial Marines.
We played that already. We suffered through it.
We haven't played the multiplayer. You know what's worse is that I also want us to play Resident Evil Raccoon City.
Oh, I know that game.
I know you do.
I've beaten it.
It's considered one of the...
Technically, I've beaten all the stories for it. And
it's considered one of the worst games of that generation, as well as one of the worst games ever made. And, yeah. I've seen a playthrough of it, and it was just like, man... If James, Kyle, and I ever got to play that, we would have one heck of a playthrough.
I mean, it takes place during Resident Evil 2, so... Except it's more of Hunk's operatives.
You want to try a cooperative game, or you want to play a multiplayer game, James?
Actually, you know what? I want to take a look at how much that is right now.
You can't buy it on Steam. They delisted it.
What do we have all installed right now?
Not much.
Is the Modern Warfare campaign, like, is that even co-op or no?
The only Call of Duty game that has co-op, I think, still is World at War. I looked into it and it sucks, because that one is a genuinely good campaign and I like it.
We could try Starbound at some point.
Oh yeah, that's the one thing I have yet.
I'd recommend like maybe some looking for some content mods that look appealing. Just because the vanilla game is honestly really bland. Like imagine if Terraria never made it past like its like 1.0 release.
Which is basically the Wall of Flesh.
Yeah, like imagine that's basically Starbound. Because like Starbound, they've released it and then they basically turned it over to the modding community.
Okay, yeah, I remember this.
Yeah. So it's a good platform to make mods off of, but the game itself is rather lacking, like the vanilla.
Nick, didn't you just eat?
Yeah, I did. Can I not munch on my own snacks?
No.
If I can't munch on my own snacks, then Moto is not allowed to munch on her own snacks. Hey, Skull, how you doing?
Oh, there's also a reactive drop. We were playing that with Carl a couple
Depending on...
What?
The reactive drop. Isn't there the other one, the fan-made one?
I don't have something that's reactive drop. Hey, CJ! I hope you got some good sleep, dude.
Alien Swarm.
Alien Swarm. Specifically Alien Swarm. Yeah, I haven't tried that yet. We can try that.
Yeah, I think what was it? Carl was playing with us too, right?
Yeah. I
And
mean,
did
you
we
and I
have
could
a-
try it too. I think it's free, so that means Will could get advantage. Yeah, it's free, so
Yeah.
Will could take advantage, and also Mike if he really wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
It's also not first person shooter. It's like a top down, so Emoto can easily watch it. It's not scary unless you think little tiny aliens trying to murder people in a dark, wintry place is scary. I mean, if it was first person shoot, like first person shooting, then yeah, it would be scary. But if it's top down, I don't think that's scary. Honestly, just tired of everything right now. I'm sorry, Skull. Everything okay for you? I'm just looking for songs to sing from stream. I hope you don't get copyrighted with those songs. Because, you know, copyright things are really a big thing nowadays. You want to try Alien Swarm? I'm fine with Alien Swarm.
I'm fine by just watching.
But it's aliens, Mike.
I've had enough alien games of playing.
And you watched the Alien movie.
Already seen all of them.
No, you watched Sonic, I mean. Sonic is technically an alien, alright?
Technically, he's something else, but
According to our world, he
That
is an
is-
official alien.
within the cinematic universe, yes. However, he is explained if you pay attention to the games.
Who pays attention to games?
People that are highly interested in the story.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be surprised.
No, I joke around. Let's see. Bugs. I'm sorry, Skull. Also, are you watching the Boo Saga right now?
Peekaboo Saga.
I don't know. I don't know what episode you are on, so I can't exactly say without spoiling certain things what you hate about Gohan. Where are you at? What was the latest thing you saw in the Boo Saga? No one is ready for the final song I do. Ooh. Are you gonna sing Metallica, Nirvana? What? As I wait for like things to set up, I'm playing Pokemon Shuffle. Cause I can.
Okay, I know exactly where Queen's at.
Isn't that like 1 or 2 episodes before the tournament?
It's a few episodes before the tournament.
Is it? Because
Yeah.
I know by now Skull knows that there is a tournament gonna be happening,
Yeah.
but I don't know if it was like a couple episodes or it's like a more.
She's at Videl right now.
I know
So-
I know she's at Fidel. It's just one of those things like I'm assuming at the very beginning of the whole thing. Which, to be fair, Skull, I get why you hate it. People dislike that too. Again, this is where you start seeing again why the Boo Saga is a bit of a letdown. But there is some reasoning to that because that's how Toriyama wanted to start with, and with Gohan and everything. Remember, Skull. Toriyama wanted, like, this is how the Cell Saga ended. Wanted Gohan to take the mantle
The only thing I have
as
to say
as
for
the beginning of the
Toriyama
characters. So that's all I'm gonna say
is
about
that dude needs to take a chill pill, or else he's gonna end up killing himself from all the work he's doing.
Who?
Toriyama.
Oh no,
That dude
Toriyama's been
He
chilling.
needs to chill.
No, Mike. Toriyama's been chilling. He has never worked as hard in Dragon Ball ever since he stopped that. Like, he's been chilling.
I don't want this guy to have a heart attack before he's like 80 or 90 years old.
Again, like Mike, he's not working hard. He's absolutely not. He's so boring. Like Gohan is a fighter. That's not how he was originally raised, Skull. I would argue that's not how Gohan's originally raised, because that's how Chi-Chi wanted him to be, and that's how Gohan ended up being, and he also enjoys it. Plus, to be honest, I think I did kind of enjoy some of the high school life, because I do like slice of life stuff in some action. Honestly, I don't know if you're going to be about the same, but it's definitely going to be one of those things that I would say think about it, or watch those episodes again once you finish up the Buu saga, and it might actually change your mind, because certain things like may require like another watch or another thinking about it. Because I honestly, like, for me, like some of the other Dragon Ball stuff I didn't like originally, and then after rewatching it again, I kind of enjoyed it.
You know, I'm just hoping that they bring the moral arc in to Dragon Ball Super, and the newest arc right now. I really hope they animate that and get the ball rolling on that. Because right now it's just, I'm pretty sure they have a script set up, and it's just probably collecting dust on somebody's desk.
It's a surprise, but it's definitely a throwback if you haven't heard it in 10 years. Oh, okay. Interesting, CJ. So more than 10-year-old song. That's like almost pre 2010s, if it's not pre 2010. Dang, that's an old song then. Okay, but I am more so Miss the Action and Mr. Satan taking all the credit. Not gonna say anything about that, Skull. Because honestly, I'll say this,
You'll
Skull.
understand it later.
Yeah, no, I'll say this, Skull. I definitely think you should rethink the beginning once you're done with the Buu saga. All right, Skull, like just kind of rethink about it. Because honestly, that's understandable how you're feeling, and honestly, I was probably about the same. But you know, I think it's definitely something you should probably rewatch or like rethink about it once you finish the Buu saga, of course. The Nimbus scene, all I think of is the cloud. This is also one of the things is that you never watched the original Dragon Ball. I don't know if you want me to exactly say, or just wait till you watch Dragon Ball, because that's the thing. Never watched from the beginning of Dragon Ball to here. So I can't exactly say if I should mention it or not. Up to you. I can say what Nimbus is because it's explained in Dragon Ball, but based on your pace, you're not going to be watching it for a little bit. True heroes don't want fame. I would say, CJ, true heroes don't need fame. Some heroes want some fame every once in a while, but not all the time. It's just that Goku and other friends don't necessarily care about that. So James, you want to play some Alien Swarm? James. I think you went AFK. I think Kraid would be upset, but I'm just confused. However, like, here's the thing, Skull. It's not much of a spoiler for me to explain what Nimbus is, because in a sense, you get to see Nimbus like literally at the near the very beginning of Dragon Ball, so it's not that it's not a spoiler again. You already seen Nimbus, and it's not a spoiler placement. It's the what it is. Like, hold on, Mike, hold on, Mike, hold on. I just want to be sure, be careful with your wording, because obviously Skull doesn't want to hear certain things about it.
About what?
About anything about Dragon Ball she hasn't seen. So just be careful what you say right now.
No, I'm not saying for Dragon Ball. Nimbus shows up in Dragon Ball Z.
Now I'm talking about Dragon Ball, yeah. No, I'm talking about specifically like the placement of Nimbus. The whole explanation. You get to be introduced to Nimbus, but the more explaining kind of thing, what Nimbus is later on in the show. But that's again like it's not much to the overall plot, I would say. But it's up to you how you really want to know.
Wait, if Queen has seen all of Dragon Ball Z by now, all the way up to Boo, then Queen has already seen Nimbus.
Yeah. She just doesn't know what Nimbus is. Or how Nimbus plays a part in Dragon Ball. Also, yeah, Popo.
Okay, then I would advise you to go back and watch Dragon Ball.
Oh, she is gonna be.
The original.
No, she is gonna be, Mike. It's just the order that she's watching it. She watched Dragon Ball Z all the way up to the Cell Saga. And Dragon Ball Z Abridged, which honestly, I'm kind of feeling like...
Z or Dragon Ball Z Kai, because...
Z, as in Z, okay. The original dubbing, because Craig wants nostalgia of the music and everything.
Okay, good.
Like, here's the thing. Here's my thinking about it. She's fine with starting with Z, because that's a lot of us who started with it. My problem is watching Abridged so soon.
I've seen Dragon Ball Z,
like
Kai.
Like here's the thing about me, about my opinion with Abridged, not to rag on it. It's just Abridged makes a lot of references to both the original Dragon Ball and like other things, even in the future, depending on what order you've seen. It's already spoilers, and a lot of those jokes you don't ever get outside of just watching just Z. And so I was kind of hoping that you didn't watch Abridged until after you finish all of Z and then all of Dragon Ball at the very least.
True.
You know, Cray doesn't like Kai. I say Kai is like good for pacing and stuff. You say you didn't spoil much, but it's more of like you missed certain jokes / things about stuff that does actually spoil. I've seen Abridged. There's a lot of things that they mention in future things that happen, not just in Z specifically. That's why I'm like
Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged better.
Yeah, that's why it's like you didn't notice it specifically. That's what I'm saying. You didn't get those jokes well enough, like until you saw all of Z or Dragon Ball.
Mm-hmm.
That's or in a sense also GT in a sense, but that's only one joke I can recall.
A lot of people that have watched Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball and are fans say don't watch GT.
I say only watch GT if you just want a safe experience of it, but it's really hard to get into it.
Other than that, don't even worry about it.
Nimbus is a thug magic carpet. There's your explanation. I mean, you can do that, yeah. Original Frieza was worse. You mean Frieza as in the original dubbing of Frieza? Because the original English dubbing of Frieza is okay. I kind of grew up with it, so I never really hated it. After hearing the new Frieza, honestly, the new Frieza I grew up with, which is also one of the things why I say I like Kai. Like, here's the thing, Skull. There are two differences that don't make, at least with the voices, that make either version really not 100% great, ignoring like all the lines and everything. Original Frieza's voice was okay, but the new Kai version and onward, that Frieza voice is way better, and I really like it. I think you would have very much enjoyed it if you watched the Kai version. Now, Android 18's voice in Dragon Ball Z, I like that a lot better, but the one they picked for specifically Kai is a, how should I say, as Digit says, GP very Valley Girl sounding esque kind of like character does not fit well. So yeah, that's my kind of opinion. No, I'll still say Kai is better in terms of like pacing and stuff, but yeah, music is not there like the original. But then again, after listening to some of the soundtrack, there's only like a handful of musics that I actually genuinely enjoyed out of the original Z, the dubbing of Z. And after listening to like the actual Kai music, there's a lot of music in Kai that actually was really good. Heck, they even went so far with Kai to make actual vocal soundtracks with a lot of things in the show, which actually honestly were very good in my opinion. I would say give them a listen. In regards to at least scripts, obviously acting is a lot better. That's why I like Kai better. But then they make Goku more heroic in Z than kind of like Kai, so yeah. Bruce Falconer is fine. It's just certain there's only a handful of soundtracks that I actually genuinely liked. And Kai actually has a lot more soundtracks that I like. There's a lot. I listened to a lot of the Bruce Falconer ones in recent time. And I still do. Again, like it's not gonna be. Yeah, I can't say anything about that. There is one theme. There are like I would say. Probably like 2 soundtracks. One specifically that I'm not gonna say because that's what a spoiler is. But I think you will know exactly when that moment happens. All right, Skull. I'm not gonna say anything, but there's one specific soundtrack that I know from the Boo Saga that all the people, like a lot of people, including myself, says that soundtrack specifically in that moment was great. And that's all I can say. You'll know what I'm talking about. I'm pretty sure Craig can guess what it is. As for the plan, I'm kind of winging it for the first 2 hours because I was originally going to have other things, but then things happen last second that... Yep.
My parfum.
I would say like this, Skull. It's not explained in any of the manga or anime, so I would say this is not too much of a spoiler because you wouldn't know this based strictly on watching the anime. And I don't know what Kratos said. So this is the actual like kind of like interpretation, in a sense, and I think it's also confirmed with some talks. So again, this is not anything that the anime will tell you. This is kind of like way later where it's sort of explained. Basically why Goten is so much stronger is because think about it as why is Gohan, at least why did he have so much potential? It's because like the mixture of both human and Saiyan blood is showcasing that there's a lot of potential with people getting a lot more powerful. So that's one thing. The second reason is that Saiyan genes, basically. Again, this is explained much later, so this was never explained originally. But Saiyan genes are more prominent in certain people, which is why certain people are way more stronger in certain certain times, or at times of their lives and stages. While some people are more struggling, other people are more in a sense, quote unquote, more had more potential. So that's why it's like Goten, in a sense, is a lot more strong than originally thought. All right. Will, do you want to join us for Alien Swarm? It's free, by the way. 4 gigabytes.
I say there, I gotta pull up Steam.
In fact, Goku's power was higher when he conceived Goten than when he had Gohan, at least what Kratos said. That one is more of a interpretation at that point, Skull. That one is more of a fan-ish theory, I would say. It makes sense, but I would say it's more of because of the Saiyan genes and as well as the mixture between human and Saiyan blood. Those are at least were confirmed by at least the creator and stuff like that.
What's it called?
Alien Swarm. Wait, hold on. Alien Swarm Reactive Drop.
Which reactive drop? SDK or the other one?
I said Alien Swarm Reactive Drop. That is not SDK.
I didn't hear the. That's not SDK.
Well, no, I never mind. It's not SDK because SDK is more server based.
Well,
Don't install that. Just Reactive Drop. That's it.
Yeah. Well, there's Alien Swarm and the other one.
I grabbed the reactive drop. Oh, come on top.
I'm gonna fix some audio stuff on my end. Captioning. I want subtitles. Actually, I want full captions. Just go full caption. I do not want enable voice chat. I don't want us to have echo speaker. So we're gonna probably play this for a good hour, and then we're gonna have to switch over to a different game. Play with friends. What's Onslaught? I'm guessing not. Invited you, James.
Mm-hmm.
Right, I forgot about these guys.
And some reactive drop. Yep, it's gonna be a bit though for me.
No worries.
And yeah, I just ordered my food.
It better not have been spicy Cheetos.
No, I just ordered food from Panda Express.
What did you order?
Give me a second here. Yes, there was.
My bet is General Tso's chicken.
Nope,
I usually have like fried rice or chow mein and then Beijing beef with orange chicken.
Well, I can't have the fried rice, so I have the steamed rice.
The only reason why I don't go for the flaming hot Cheetos is because of the finger. But then again, I should probably just get like some wood chopsticks just to keep in my room. So whenever I get like Cheetos, I always just can pick them out with chopsticks.
Yeah, I got me a plate. I have the chow mein, steamed rice, orange chicken, and kung pao chicken.
All right, and switched. All right, there we go. I think everything switched, right? Let me look on Twitch. All right, let me look at my game. I have to put it up.
I didn't realize that my phone number is the same phone that was on the DoorDash. So yeah, I had to let him know. It's like that phone don't work no more right now.
He's like, you better not call me.
Please don't call that phone. You won't get a hold of anybody.
What happens if your ex is like calls you and it's like, "Hey, Will."
My ex calls me, then it better not be about money, because I can't answer, and even if it is about money, I won't care. If it's about my daughter, then fuck.
If it's about my daughter, then actually, I'm gonna weird doors because you have a med kick.
I'm
So you have a turret, James. All right, let's just stick with that. Oh no, I don't want to do that.
It's gonna be bad, because then I won't know what's going on.
How long left do you have with your install?
Give me a second here, because I just pulled it open and I put it down. God, I gotta sit forward because my one eye is bad. Looks like less than 2 minutes now.
Okay, so at least we don't have. Oh, wait. Okay, let's see. So we have to
Then
access
there's
perimeter. We have to download
Then
flight
there's
data.
the Steamworks. What's with the Steamworks common redistribution? That thing. Steamworks common redistributables. That wasn't there before.
Fanto is still right, but yeah, because I don't get gifted subs or bits that often, so it's just one of those things. Like I'm not really that big on like carrying that much. What do you think, James? Should we go for should I go for someone else, like a tech specialist, or should I go for like the regular officer?
Well, we're gonna have someone else or Will with us, right?
Yeah, we're gonna have Will. What does Will should go, like medic or tech?
Are you sure you want me to be the
Well,
medic?
some objectives require a tech.
Looking at mission details, let's see. Access to perimeter. Your squad must before sweeping blah blah blah. Wait. We expect doors sections to be locked, so our technical engineer will be mission critical to bypass security. So having a tech person is actually critical because we need to download flight data. So yeah, I'll go tech person. So James, keep me alive, please.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Will, you're gonna have to be either a medic or an officer. Which at this point we would like a medic.
Medic.
Medic! Medic! Medic!
Someone changed all the sounds in Minecraft to medic once. So it's just like every time like there's like a footstep or like you know, anything in Minecraft, it just changes it to medic.
Chrono Cross.
Chrono Cross? What about Chrono Cross? Should I get like a door wielding or should I get like more ammo holding? What do you think? I can get some the ammo box. I think we might need it, honestly.
It's not done downloading.
Is it just the initial? Oh god, not again. I'll be right back.
Now it's verifying. Now it's installing. Yeah, that's done.
I've come to see you again. Na 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 na. Well,
Yep.
how far is it?
Oh, it's done. Give me a second here. Now I gotta do this. Click that. I just clicked the.
I know, I'm just sending it to you because.
What? On hardcore chat. Are you trying to make everyone have a aneurysm?
I like how you can't disable friendly fire actually.
What?
No, you can't actually. There's no disabling of friendly fire.
So careful.
Mm-hmm. So basically, if Will keeps shooting us and he kills us, blame Will. Got it.
Mm. Alright, what's Will gonna do? We got like the heavy weapons guy. Yes, the trooper. We've got like medics, and we've got like, yeah.
I mean, we only got like officer, special weapons, medic, and tech, but we got 2 of each. It just depends on. I think we. I mean, I honestly do think we should get at least a medic. But then again, do we want more heavy weapons people? Bio for Leon Bastille. Leon Bastille was born on a prison world, child of a political prisoners. Of a political prisoners? What kind of holy Batman bad grammar is this?
Mm.
When political tides shifted, his family was released. It was a world run by black marketeers, where he learned basic medicine hands-on. He also received a strong, if informal, academic education, the prison being full of philosophers, authors, educators, poets, and priests. I almost said like philanthropists. But still is naturally suspicious of others, but also an excellent combat medic. Alright, Will, pick your thingies. You don't have a lot because we haven't played this version of the game ever.
Where are the settings? Holy shit.
Oh, back in the main. Oh, actually, no. Hit escape. Hit escape. Options.
There we go. Okay, so.
So, James.
Mm.
I remember, like, when I first tried Alien Swarm, not this one, but anytime Alien Swarm, I always died because it's so hard playing with 2 people. And with 3 people, it was relatively okay because at least we can cover everything. What do you think? Do you think we are capable enough to beat this mission in one go?
Yeah, I think we can handle it.
Sounds good.
Alright, Will, what you doing?
Wait. What are my choices?
You get to
Well,
click. You get to
we've
click
got
those
attack,
people.
but we've also got medics, assault class, like basically the assaults, more or less, and then the special weapons.
Yep.
Or the officers.
You don't have to be a medic if you don't want to. It just depends if you think you want to be more healing or you want to just be more shooting. And besides, this is your first time playing, Will, so there's not a lot to choose. And I think the first time we're playing is probably more you get used to it, okay? You can also pick your weapons, click your weapons, and you can change the ones that you can have available. Okay? Remember, this is a team cooperative one, so make sure you look at who has what and try to balance them out, alright? Are you gonna be medic this time, James?
Sure.
Alright.
Oh wait, no, that's not.
When you're ready, Will, hit ready. I'm just gonna wait for James to hit be ready when I hit ready. Alright. You use the mouse to aim and use WSD to move. This feels like this is the actual same base game. You can press space to move. Or just do a barrel roll, in a sense. Tap full view of the map and mission details. Remember, Will, there is friendly fire. So be careful who you shoot.
Alright, you're up, Nick.
Alright, protect me. Hold on, is there anything up here, James?
Oh, I hear music.
Will, no, James. Go follow James, I got up here. I'll meet up with you guys over here.
There's a PDA.
Yeah, remember, look at the bottom right, Will.
Oh.
Got one. Oh, God. Remember, ow, Will!
Sorry!
What did I say about friendly fire? Ow, Will!
Sorry! You're the one who walked in my way.
Oh, shut it. We have limited amount of ammo, so be careful what you do.
Oh,
And
okay. You're still pretty healthy.
I'm
looks
still
like.
pretty healthy. Will shot me a couple times in the back. I'm checking over here really quickly if there's anything.
Oh.
Also, the acid, I think, hurts us. It's like actual regular aliens. Also, remember, empty out your entire clip because once you reload, it doesn't save the ammo from before, okay? Alright.
What you doing back there?
I was wielding. Move. It's Angie. Want me to unwield? I'm unwielding. Watch out. Oh. Watch out for the barrel. Get in here, Will, so I can wield. Weld. Ah, that body flew.
Ready?
We're moving. Yep. Everything good?
Oh,
Oh, ah! Was not paying attention to that. That was my bad. I'm good, okay.
right. Get in the healing thing.
Hurry, Will. Stay in here for a little bit.
Oh god,
No
they're
idea.
doomed. That door.
We're good, we're good. Move.
Is there anything in here?
I'm well unwilling.
There's ammo.
Sentry case. Go, guys, we gotta move now.
Well done.
Come on. Hurry up, hurry up. Guys, move. Guys. I'm waiting for you guys to wheel the door. James?
Alright, I set up a sentry gun to cut behind us.
Alright, come on, move. Yeah, don't forget you have melees, Will. Oh god. Alright. Protect me.
Alright, Will, get in this Healy thing.
Downloading. Taking a long time right now. I think we're good.
These manifests are useless. Guess record keeping wasn't exactly high on the priority list when the swarm hit. We are now search and rescue until otherwise informed, so keep an eye out for survivors. Head for the far exit.
You guys need ammo? Take ammo. Will, you guys take ammo. Yeah, go.
We better get to the colony to see what we can find.
Hey, we did it.
Yeah, we got an achievement for not letting the tech die.
How do you minimize this? How do you sort of shorten the screen?
I don't know.
Just trying to be able to go and see if my food is on the way or not.
My health was pretty good.
I can't see if my food is ready. Because
Let's
I
try-
didn't.
Let's try hard. That was a bit easy.
Oh, wait, we all. Oh, there he is.
I'm changing my weapon. I hate this gun.
You alt tab if you want to check your stuff.
Wait, the prototype rifle, is that what you're using?
Yep.
The Vindicator is the standard weapon for the officer, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Or is that what you were using?
What gun? Oh, you mean what gun I was using?
No, Will.
Oh, he's using the exact same assault rifle.
I was using the. I was starting to do twin pistols.
Oh, you were using twin
Okay.
pistols?
Yep.
And yeah.
Your Vindicator is your primary weapon. Like, that's what you get your, like, if you look at your stats, that's what you get the biggest damage with, is your Vindicator.
Yep.
Okay, so that is where my dash. Okay, so yeah, my dash is just waiting to pick up my order. Okay.
Or at least, of
And
the
he'll eat
two, Jaeger is listed as having the higher Vindicator damage, so it's probably.
I grabbed that freaking. I don't want that one.
If I was your dasher, I would have eaten your Panda Express.
How dare you!
And then
The
I would ask for
Vindicator is a close range gun, so you can probably just blow away like enemies with like a shotgun or something.
Mm-hmm.
I just chose the Vindicator. I'm gonna go with the Vindicator this time.
Yep. Whenever you guys are ready.
It's the
Oh,
twin
yeah.
pistols. Yeah, you don't get any bonus damage with the twin pistols there.
I wasn't doing so well with the twin pistols. I was shooting people in the back.
I mean, you technically got the most
I
kills.
I don't know who you were talking about. What? I wasn't shooting you in the back.
Yeah. All right.
Aiming for your back right now. Aiming for your back right now. Haha.
Ow! Wait,
You
How?
just killed James.
you shot me in the.
Oops.
Wait, you're standing in. Okay, if you
How
look at the kill
did I-
cam, he was standing
How-
in front of me, but shot me, and I was behind him.
Should we restart?
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's restart. How did I do? Seriously, how did I do that? Ah!
Well, I don't know, cause I was standing behind you, and it still registered as you shooting me at point blank.
Just so I can
Revenge?
do it. All right, kill me. Kill me, Daddy.
Revenge?
Kill me, Dad.
Was that revenge?
Yes and no, just to get us through fail the mission.
Hey,
so we can...
apparently, you can shoot people that are standing directly behind you.
Maybe I shouldn't use the Vindicator?
No, it's fine. I just need to not stand next to you because it'll still your hitbox. Apparently your cone of fire is positioned like ever so slightly behind you.
Maybe I should. I was like, maybe I shouldn't
Also,
use that
remember,
gun?
I increased the difficulty to hard because normal was actually relatively easy for us.
No, that gun is fine. I just need to not stand next to you.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to.
So, Will,
Change
be
from
very
the
careful
turret.
who you aim at, okay?
Oh wait, no. I want to keep the turret. If
Well,
you're
at
going
least
with
we know the
sat-
Vindicator
you're going
kills
with the ammo
things.
satchel,
Yep.
I'll keep the turret if you're going with the ammo satchel.
Yeah, no, Will, just make sure. Really aim with your gun, okay?
I was aiming.
I'm just saying a heads up.
I was aiming, and yet somehow I shot him.
Yeah, I looked. Okay, I saw the slow mo, and I was standing behind you when you fired.
All right. I'm staying back behind you guys.
I'm just gonna stay up here.
let's just
you
keep
guys kill
let's-
those ones.
Just
I must
keep
keep
watch
my
behind our back.
distance.
Will, keep
No,
watch behind our
that's a
back.
close range
I will
gun.
watch
You
behind
need to be
you.
close.
I will kind of still. I'm gonna keep my my distance from you guys, though,
Will, do
but
you need
not
any
from
help?
the enemies. Nope.
Yeah, you do. Yeah,
Ow.
you do. Holy
ow,
Jesus.
Ow! Ow!
Ow! Ow! You shot me like twice. Will, get in here now.
I'm literally about to die.
Will, get in here right now.
Oh, you have the thing down.
Why would I say get in here right now?
I thought you guys were about to die. Oh, shit.
Well, keep going.
I got more. I got 8 in total.
Oh, you
We
got
just
8
need
in
to make
total. Okay, stick together. Because we're on hard mode now. That was a big difficulty spike right there.
Yep.
How do you use your, yeah. I have laser mines. How do I use
I think
Cycle.
there's a hotkey for it.
Yep.
I gotta
Keep going.
figure
Will,
that
keep
out.
going. Keep up. Keep up. We do not separate in this part.
I'm afraid I'm gonna kill you guys with my weapon.
When we're fighting, just separate. Oh, wait, watch out. I'm okay for now. Don't heal me. Oh, oh, oh.
Nope. I was about ready to turn and shoot.
Oh, I'm reloading. Reloading. Do not heal me. Do not heal me right now. I'm okay for now.
You're about to die.
No, just leave it
don't
for now.
shoot,
Let's
don't
go.
shoot, don't
Let's
shoot.
go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Protect me. I'm wielding. I'll just be. I don't think you should use it until all of us are more.
Oh, what was that? Oh shoot! Apparently the 1 key is your special equipment.
Ah.
Oh boy. Do those stuff activate when anybody goes over them?
Let's find out.
Nope.
Nope. Let's go. Let's go. Let's move. Move. They're about to break the door.
Oh,
Will, move.
careful.
I can't shoot.
Oh, that was a shotgun.
Yep.
Crap.
Also, by the
Wow.
way, Will, where you die, you're dead on the mission.
Well,
So you guys have to do this without a technician now.
and I am now dead.
I feel like Will
Have
should
fun,
not.
James.
I feel like Will should not use the shotgun.
Yeah, how about we?
I'm changing weapons.
How about you be the medic this time?
Why?
Would you rather be technician?
'Cause you can't heal us to death.
Oh, oops.
You can drug us to death.
Oh, looks like my Dusher's actually on the way. He's not picking up the order because he's no longer at Panda Express. Okay, here, how about I use that weapon? How about that one? Would that be better?
I mean, if you're gonna be using an assault rifle,
Wouldn't it be a specialist be better?
well, a medic gets access to that anyway. Like, you're not really getting anything out of using that as an officer, especially that officer, because he so the one officer gets so Sarge gets a bonus for standard weapons.
Specialist did use that.
A Gatling gun. God.
Minigun, so just don't point it at me.
Let's see how this goes with that one.
The smart gun does auto track targets, so just don't point it in our direction.
Mm-hmm.
It'll track onto enemies automatically.
What's the flare do?
It just makes it easier to see enemies.
Okay.
Oh, provides auto aim bonus.
Okay.
And then, fine, I'm just gonna stick with the lens here. We can do that.
Just waiting on you, Will.
Yeah, let's I'll try it. Let's see how it goes. I will not aim at you.
We can't get to the colony from up here. We need to get down to the lower level.
Look, just stay up there for now, Will. Stick together when we go up.
Move up.
Moving up. Nothing right now. Watch out! Watch out! Behind! 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 Watch out behind! Will, keep forward, okay? We good? Not too bad. Watch out behind. Behind you.
Ow, lag.
Come on, Will. Come on. Move up. Move up.
Hold on.
Will, come on up. All right, hurry through the door. Hurry through the door. Protect me. Okay, move up. Move up. Will, let me know when you're low on ammo because you have to tell me. I have ammo box. Okay?
Yep, I will let you know.
Sorry.
Oh, wait. Yeah, I could.
Will, get back here now.
Shit. Ah!
Oh, whoa! What? Did someone fire a grenade or what?
No, he was just getting overrun.
I'm confused. What happened
I
there?
wasn't paying attention. I was already low on ammo. I saw my last.
I
clip.
saw it giving me that information. That's why I was like, Will, pay attention.
I wasn't paying attention. I could have sworn I had more clips than that. Not paying attention that the minigun actually doesn't have that many clips.
So what just? What happened there?
I got overrun.
Yep. I'm gonna put down the ammo box. James, you want any?
We're only about halfway through the mission.
I have 2 of them
you
left,
guys-
so we're good.
You guys got this. You're good.
Just take 2, and then I'll take the other. Let's go. What's this? A personal healing kit. Do you want that?
No, I already have.
All right, let's go.
Oh, watch behind us. Oh, what?
I saw that. You didn't get hurt, did you?
Nope.
Right, keep going, keep going. I got back.
Oh god, there's so many of them.
Keep going, keep going. Just keep moving up a little bit by little. I got it. What? Oh boy. Will, are you seeing what we have right now? I'm guessing he...
Yep.
Alright, let's go, let's go.
Wait, the landing bay's right here.
Yep.
What?
Just one ammo. Let's go, let's go.
Oh, is this the elevator fight?
Oh, well, Will would have been great here. Hold on. Because we're just at the landing base, so we're gonna... This is gonna be our big fight.
Alright, I've got like a bunch of these, so...
What's your special weapon again?
I'm just using an assault rifle.
What's your special weapon? Like your number 1 or something. Reloading.
Oh, they're on the walls. They're on the walls.
Can't help you now. I'm holding it back. May need a medic soon.
Oh,
Ow.
shit.
Ah. Oh! Take ammo if you need it. Oh, they're coming. Will, what you die?
I was overran! It's not my fault that they all ganged up on me!
Oh, heal, please. Oh, Jesus. Oh.
You guys enjoying that elevator ride?
Oh yeah, very, very much so.
I'm enjoying being dead, you know? Just sitting here haunting.
Go,
you
go,
all.
go, go, go. Move.
I'm going. Go, go, go. Oh, sorry, James.
Go, 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 go.
I'm moving. Oh.
It's just,
Oh, we're alive.
We're alive?
Most of us are alive.
I'm just dead.
Don't worry, Will. You got experience.
Oh, I got the pump action shotgun.
Same here. All
Yeah,
right,
maybe
Will.
I'll
I
use-
did 76 friendly fire on timer. Sorry.
I did a lot on you actually for a little bit.
I healed 270 damage.
Oh, I just see Will just flatline.
Yeah. I was alive for a while and then. Womp.
Okay, Will. Next time, pay attention to your ammo, okay?
I do gotta pay attention. Okay.
Are you ready?
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain.
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Well, I can't see you ready right now, so I can't continue starting. Oh, who lives in an Iceland under the ice?
The situation isn't
What?
pretty. This next sector's completely overrun. There's a pipeline that the swarm's using as a...
Hold on. Wait. Will,
Go ahead and find that
stay back
pipeline,
here.
and I'll see if we can figure out a way to destroy it. We need to stop these bugs from getting out.
Okay, it's on the way. Okay, there's nothing much. Let's continue on.
We have flashlights.
Nope.
I'm above.
For being a very simple and free game, this is actually a lot of like working together. Oh, crud. I got jammed.
I feel like the quick reload
Will?
thing shouldn't be so far down on the head.
Yes, I'm here. Watch your health.
I hear it.
Yeah, keep watching on your bottom right. Let's go. Do we need to cut through here? No.
Yep. You can cut. There's the door welded.
No, it's not. Oh, it is. Let me. Protect me, protect me.
Mhm.
Here we go, here we go. Will, come on. Oh, God.
Oh god, there's so many of them.
James.
Oh, stop punching me!
Ow! Ow!
No!
Ow!
I was stabbed like twice.
I was trying to protect it. Will, get in here, quickly. Will.
I am dead.
Watch out, watch out! Will, get over here. Oh, we can't pick that up. Never mind. We're gonna go on without us. Go, go, go. Will, move. Will, move. Gotta move fast. Now. Follow me. We're gonna have to keep going. Get in here. Now.
I am in here.
Okay, I'm gonna have to unweld this door soon. But I'm gonna have to do something. I'm welding here so we can protect ourselves, okay? Alright. Will, protect me from the inside, okay? Will!
Shit!
Will! Oh, I got hurt.
Ow!
Oh boy.
I didn't freaking see that.
Will, bound by the bottom. Bound at the bottom.
You broke through already?
Yep. What's up behind you?
Ow! I'm reloading.
I can't help you. I'm reloading. Move, Will. Move over here. Let's go. Oh. Oh. Ah. Come on up. Let's keep moving. We gotta keep moving. We can't dilly-dally. Alright, here. Will. Get that ammo.
Where? I can't see it.
Oh, wait, hold on. There you go. Get that ammo. Move up, over here. Just follow me. Move.
Ow, ow, ow! No!
Oh, no. Well, I ain't going down without a fight.
Looks like we weren't the only ones who knew the swarm were using the pipeline. That's a lot of boom packs around that pipe. Miners must have rigged the explosives and never got the chance to set them off. How about you finish what they started?
Oh, boy. Here we go.
You got this.
Ha 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 ha. Yeah, I got this.
Oh, my dasher's almost here. I will be right back. My dasher's almost here. So I will be right back.
I tried.
Mission failed.
We'll got them next time. Hey, Andrew. God, that hurt. Andrew balked himself. Good job, Andrew. How was your art stream? All right, let's see how we're gonna do it. Let's see. pain. How far are you on that whole thing? How do you get like 8 stashes on your medic, James?
Well, that's just the standard for the medic.
Mm. Also, 4 out of 4/5 way, nice. Cause like you were like 2 weeks ago, I think you said you were like only a 5th way, so you made a lot of progress. I think it was 2 weeks ago, right? What was it last week? No way, you made a lot of progress. I just did a render. I can post it in the Discord a bit. Oh yeah, for sure.
All right, ready when you are.
I'm just gonna wait for Will to get back from his door dashing. If only Will can just like deliver. It'll be a bit. I need to toy upload. No worries. Yeah, you gotta have to like unlist it. Yeah. Bjork. Bjork. Bork. 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 Oh man, Andrew's cat jamming. Izzy, what is on Twitter today? It is unlisted. The amount of effort that Andrew had to do with most of this stuff is ridiculous. Did this just say F you in the back?
Yeah, it does.
That's wait.
I decided to change the text up there because it's on brand.
Makes sense. I'm seeing like a lot of like text changes, yeah. Target? I see
What am I watching?
Yeah, I forgot to cut it after that last scene. Like after the rainbows, it's not done.
Oh,
But
the one.
it cuts. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was like, just it's the video that Andrew just posted in the special chat.
Yeah, the next scene it cuts to like a library in the original, and so I decided to change that with a Target parking lot.
Target parking lot. I saw Target. Love it. I remember last time, like, I saw, what was it, a couple streams ago, you were on, like, what was the flag? Tibet.
Oh yeah, like the
Tibet. Yeah, we were on that right now for a while. Oh.
Is Will deceased?
Will's deceased.
Oh no.
Have Emoto play for us instead. Obviously, Emoto is a gamer. I mean, why else did Lisa give her all those technology stuff? All have to be games. The amount of the frames that you had to do for this, Andrew, is a lot.
Yeah, the timeline like transforming and like translate all the images is really doing a lot of work.
Mhm.
There's also just there's the sheer number of drawings that have to be done.
Mm-hmm.
Was this
I
like a
didn't-
personal project?
I'm gonna put like I'm doing it for like a VTuber I watch, just because I'm a freak.
You're not simping, are you?
Hell, I do. I'm the biggest fucking simp.
Oh.
like,
I mean,
this is probably like I'm 4 weeks into this. Rent free, baby. It's funny. It's fun. It's giving me purpose in life.
It's the only purpose in life.
Yep.
Should we just kill Will at the beginning and see if we can last with us too, James?
I think.
I mean, I could
Aye.
start now.
Does this not scale with the number of players?
I don't
I don't know.
know.
I'm not sure.
How's it going, Andrew?
So far, so good.
Not
What
sure
hap-
if you remember who I am.
Lissa.
What about Lissa?
Mike is Lissa.
No. I believe
Oh my god, it's Justin.
Andrew.
Justin.
Do you remember more of back in high school. I think you went to TJ, didn't you?
Just
I did, but I don't
let's see
remember
how it is.
anything.
Yeah.
I'll invite Will
You
back.
used to be near the
What's going on?
I kicked Will just to see how we do.
what do you call it? You used to be near the
Oh god.
bars or whatever.
Figure out a way to destroy it. We need to stop these bugs from getting out.
What?
Like back at TJ, there were the like the railings and stuff. I remember you used to be hanging out with a couple people. I'd be over there sitting next to Emoto.
Wait.
I'm not sure if you remember.
I don't.
It's been a long time.
Well, yeah, it's been a very, very long time. I used to be one of the kids that would come over and say hi every now and then within the group.
What is
That thing's
what?
shooting. Come on, James, hurry up. Remember, they can break through the windows.
You got some ammo, bud?
Yep, I got him. Oh,
Oh,
speaking of which. James, you better? You ready? They're gonna come from that window too, right over there.
yep.
Go.
Ready, sir.
Go, go, go.
Reloading.
Yep, I just finished. I'm okay for now. Ah, dang it.
What's the melee button again?
Right click, right click.
Heal. Come over here and heal.
Okay. You can melee while
I
reloading.
forgot to. Oh god, the door burst open.
I saw that.
I was like, oh no. The door came apart. And I was just like, oh no.
This is hard on hard. How do anybody think they can do this on easy? Not easy.
It might be balanced around 4 players.
Because I have set the lobby to 4 players. I kicked Will.
No.
Looks like we weren't the only ones who knew the swarm was
Oh.
Oh no!
I was just like, oh no.
Oh no!
I saw that. I was just like, oh.
Let's try normal. Still got time to play, like, finish up this mission.
Situation isn't pretty. This next
Also,
sector's
bye,
completely
Andrew.
overrun. There's a pipeline that the swarm's using as a superhighway to spread through the
Keep going, keep
colony.
going.
You go ahead and find that pipeline, and I'll see if we can figure out a way to destroy it. We need to stop these bugs from getting out.
Yeah, the HUDs are just way too low for a lot of this game. Come on, James. I like how they can't get through just the fence there, but they have to get through that door.
Oh,
I'm trying to kill that thing so it doesn't follow us. Go.
this is a double damage aura if you stand in it.
Oh, okay. Reloading. Oh. You ready? Yeah, we're good. We're good. Take a last bit of ammo. Let's go.
Looks like we weren't the only ones who knew the swarm were using the pipeline. There's a lot of boom packed around that pipe. Miners must have rigged the explosives and never got the chance to set them off. How about you finish what they started?
You want to kill this thing? Because it's going to keep following us until...
Yeah, we can take it out.
Okay. Remember, the backside is its weakness. I have another box, so we're good. Oh! Oh, what? I'm stunned! James,
Oh,
please,
sorry, I just-
please. Oh. I can't, when you get hit, you're stunned for, like, ever. James, get the heal. Oh, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck.
I'm trying to kill it.
It's like, do not get cornered by it. Oh.
Why is my gun not firing? Did I run out of ammo entirely?
I think so.
I don't know. I was just unloading into that thing, and it was just not dying. Like, into the backside.
Yeah, same. What the heck? I was firing. Well, that mission is hard even on normal. What did I get? A Tesla cannon? Well, that's a good time to just end it because I gotta move on to the next game of the night. So Alien Swarm is a fun game, but my god, it's hard. There we go. Let's see. Seal the door with a welder. Only 43.3% of people have that. Finish a mission without getting the tech getting killed. Heh. Dun, bum, bum, ba-da, dun, 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 dun. Right, so now let's start my game. Man, eating pretzels is nice. But man, it's salty. Alright, and the great Ace Attorney Chronicles. And done. There we go. Switched over. Alright, let's see what we can do about this final part of the case, since this will be the conclusion of said story. Alright. Playing Paper Mario fanfare music for something like the Great Ace Attorney. Alright, let's see what we got for this story. Trying to finish this up now. Oh yeah, it's just the said box that was taken. Yeah, because like, okay. What happened yesterday? Well, let's see. What happened yesterday was that, I got caught up by I got caught up by Waluigi and Wario for a long time about their stupid story until we confirmed that there was a third accomplice, Mr. Eggert Benedict, also known as Ashley Graydon, who works at the communication station. We're trying to prove that he is part of this whole case, in a sense, like trying to prove that he is at least associated and had a reason to steal the said discs. So that's the thing. We prove that he moved this little box, but we're trying to prove like why it's so important. That's the question, though. Also, apparently, I think it was also yesterday. Yesterday we were seeing that Graydon and Gregson were having like a negotiation or something like that, which is very suspicious because if Gregson is also corrupt, well, My respect for him and his infinite fish and chips are down the cahoots. And also, we couldn't get like certain reasonings unless we had Strongheart's actual signature about something. So we're just gonna figure out what is going on with this whole story, because right now, also we had Gina make her statement, which basically is gonna cause a lot of perjury, and and could convict her as well as Naruhodo. But we're gonna have to see that what happens afterwards, because right now, what really matters is if they can actually be able to prove her innocence or not the killing. Because we actually proved that there were not 2 bullets, but 3 bullets.
What's your potato chip bag?
Alright, anyway, I was about to put more pretzels in my mouth. I swear, one of the worst thing about a streamer could do is like if you give them snacks, they're gonna keep munching on it for a long time. Or food. Anything.
Olive oil, it's bad.
So, this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with a pawnbroker by Mr. McGilda 2 months ago.
At least that's what we think it is.
In the night of when Mr. Windybank's murder. The only item on shelves that was touched.
Oh wait, no. And on the night of Mr. Windybank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, let's open it and see what's inside.
Good gracious! This is no ordinary box, it seems.
Wow. Although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement.
Then, is it too much to expect?
I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord.
So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilda's disc deposited at Windybank at much the same time.
Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not Mr. McGild. It's not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus.
But why? For heaven's sake! Are we to understand the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded?
I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord.
Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to to this curious disc at last. Wait, my lord! Good grief! What's the meaning of this, Inspector? That music box and disc are, well, they are unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's a very chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objections. Hey, Van Zykes is actually with me this time. Go figure.
But no, that piece of evidence is police. That piece of evidence is police property now. You can't
clearly Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening.
No further delay, please. Play the disc.
Oh boy, here we go.
What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music.
No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence.
Hmm. Mr. Graydon?
This is really priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom.
Well, with much regret. I feel our court must accept it that this miserable offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel?
Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but could the music emanating from this music box possibly be a new clue? It could be a clue. I don't know. There's no way it could be a clue. It could be a clue. It could not be a clue. I don't know. Sus. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord.
Good lord, but how could it be? It's an abomination, counsel, more than yours. Fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever.
Does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh? Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? Just checking some messages really quickly. Give me one moment. It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. That's just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sound we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Gregson's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting, just like earlier, Runo. Wait, what did she? You're making deductions on how people react to what you say. Oh, I messed that up. I thought that was continuation. Blech.
Objection!
The sounds you're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it would be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly! The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Bruno? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm very certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sound it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Could it be? It's turning. Yeah, you just made it, Yves. Because basically, what you missed, Yves, is that we played the music box with the music discs, but it's only producing like a dun 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 dun, like a single note sound all the time. So what's going on is that, oh, what is going on? It sounds broken. The guy, Graydon, is claiming that it's broken. But Graydon was laughing while Gregson was obviously concerned. But once we said that this music box wasn't necessarily playing music, it's not the correct music disc in, it seems. No, because each music box is set to play a certain disc. So the fact that it's playing this disc means that it can. No, here's the thing. What Iris just said is that this music box is only set to play one note. So it's correct as in it's not broken. It's correct as in it's playing the proper sound. But the fact that it's only playing one sound multiple times in a certain pattern means that they are, as we're going, could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something's just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like this one the music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing.
I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Council?
All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimonies we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. tangible proof at the least of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get back in this trial. And if I'm going to if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together, literally and figuratively. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box is... Do I have the thingy? What do I have that is... Do I have a thingy? Do I have the thing to present it? I'm trying to figure out what thing do I present? I'm trying to find the thing that helps present this, but I'm trying to figure out what evidence do I have that could... Actually, wait a minute. Is this it? Oh, it could be that. Because that would make the almost sense.
Take that! Today's paper, Council. The headline is Pawnbrokers perishes in pick purse plunder.
Say that 5 times fast. Pawnbroker perishes in pick purse plunder. 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 Blech. Now I almost got my tongue tied.
Hardly supportive of your cause.
No. No. My lord, I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Yes, that is it. Yeah, true.
Further down. Ministry Mall classified secrets may have been leaked overseas by Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is the very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand.
I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? It's like the telegraph machine. Yep, of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter? Yeah, whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. That in that particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes, we are not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Your work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it... That's right, madame. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it! Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box discs contain stolen government secrets in Morse code?
Order, please, everyone, order. But this is This is high treason, Council. This is a capital punishment.
2. But what category? What is this treason and what is capital punishment? The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know.
For our sovereign government confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price.
Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, Mr. McGilded perished, and all important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery.
My word!
In which case, whoever stole the information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country,
it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death.
the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous!
So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you?
Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while the pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then, by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies. In response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure.
The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank. That being a most flagitious
Emoto. Word. Flagitious? Flagitious. Flagitious. Flagitious? I think flagitious? Flagitious. Offense.
For which the law of the land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may.
Well, you gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say.
I beg your pardon, who do you think you are?
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is a professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. We ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We're what they call the Ski Skulkin brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Bad, very bad timing. So basically, they're proving themselves that they never would sell out their motherland. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by the music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with Big Gilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to that man. Well, look at all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do.
If we'd known that it was a dodgy governance secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
So they admit that working with him.
Mr. Skulkin.
One Mr. Tutu, Governor. What's up?
Do I take it that now you're admitting to the crime? That under that impression you did gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so as a party of three in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here.
Wait it, Gov. Wait it.
So they want to protect their motherland.
Quiet down, please. What do you say to that, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to.
You little rat are getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight up job.
And what the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever are these men? I say I denied the accusations.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this long of life to become so significant to the proceedings. However, as it is, I will admit to the court record as evidence.
Alright, time for the final battle. We'll see how this goes. Okay. He is getting attacked by all sides now. He's in the presence of an idol who seems to be, oh, I don't know. Very suspicious. Basically, his idol is now coming back to bite him. Interesting. Where he get the judge mallet from? That's his cane. Though I guess I could see his like his mallet. Oh, we're learning Morse code right now? Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct tones. Short dot and long dot. I think it was like... and a dash. So I think it's a long is an O. Dot, dot, dot. I think it's S. Though I could be wrong about that. Or is it long, dot, long for S? I'm pretty sure long is O, though. For sure. It's one of those things. It's nice to learn like either sign languages or Morse code, just because of how nice it can be handy. Oh, okay. So Emoto is right. It's dot 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 is S. So that's why I know it. Dot 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 long dot dot dot. That's SOS. That is it. That kind of like thing, yeah. It's really handy to know about that stuff. Especially since Morse code is kind of like a universal military language, so any military personnel would know about it. At least if they know Morse code. I see. For example, this is A. Oh, B is like... But when you listen to the sound producing by this music, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm in this is the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. It's encrypted. It could be. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That missing box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future. Stop. Nothing to say, but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? The government secrets of how being leaked using the music box. So many other things would slot into place so nicely. It's weird that there's still something I haven't considered. It's really impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code. Let's view it. I wouldn't say there's something wrong with it. There's something that we haven't tried yet. Combing your teeth. The comb, all the teeth are exactly the same length. Let's see. Well, there's a button down here, though. Oh? Oh, okay. So that would make sense, actually. See, one thing that was weirded out was that Mr. Graydon always mentions that there has to be a second disc, and that was supposed to be, excuse me, in the jacket, but it was only one disc. He demanded to get the second disc, which then I thought, when the little box was proving to be Mr. McGilded, that should be what a second disc is, right? So the fact that there's only dots to sound of that note, why does two discs if there's only one use for it? Because it's like an encryption. Think about it like this, is where Morse code that she said is consisted of two things, dots and dashes. Dots being which what we heard by the first disc, But when we hear the second part, doot, 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 that needs a second sound. Which means that because the second disc should be like the long dashes. Yeah. So basically, by itself, it's nothing more than a useless sound. But put them together, you get the exact information that you need for the Morse code. So that's why this second compartment's here. That means we need to find where the second disc is. It's impossible as of right now. The only reason I thought the bottom was because the music disc is large enough to carry more than one disc. Yeah, I would say so too. Because the music disc should be able to play more than one note. But it also depends on the specific music box too, I guess. But because it's designed to play only one note, it is kind of clever to make it just specifically a one note sounding music box and a music disc that only has half of a message. It's kind of clever so you can keep hiding it so that people would think that it's nothing more than useless gibberish. Question is, where is the second disc? So, to link the two together... Maybe we're seeing it. A disc could be played differently. That is also true. But doesn't it usually have to be flipped? Yeah, maybe then we could play the music box with the disc and everything. Maybe that could work. Also, hi, Will. Hold it! How you doing? What?
Okay, I'll be okay.
Alright, sounds good.
It's gonna take things one step at a time.
Sounds good. You can also get your money back, is what I'm saying.
I had the choice to choose credit or wait 3 days for the money to go back into my bank account. I chose to do the credit thing.
Probably because you're going to use DoorDash again.
Yeah. Yes. When I looked though on the DoorDash thing, it showed that my DoorDash, pretty much the Dasher was, excuse me, was in the trailer park where I live. So I was like, okay, so I'm excited. But next thing you know, when I come back to my room, shows that it was delivered. But nobody came up and down. Nobody came up my street or down my street that I was on and delivered any food to anyone. So someone in this trailer park got free food.
Yep.
They got my chow mein noodles, my steamed rice, my orange chicken, and my kung pao chicken.
Like the
Oh.
person was like, yeah, it's just delivered.
Yep.
Yeah, it showed it was delivered. So to whoever in this trailer park got my kung pao chicken, I hope it gives them that ring sting.
So they were just like, oh, cool, free food or what?
Basically, when you see
basically-
food at your door, sometimes people just see free food because they can't really return it because you can't communicate with the person.
Here in this trailer park, people are complete and utter a-holes, and they won't look for their rightful people who ordered the food.
Makes sense.
They will just take it and eat it.
Especially with this
Or-
economy getting more and more expensive.
Or they'll do something worse. They'll take it and they will throw it in the dumpster and just waste it.
That's even worse.
Yep.
Well, anyway, I'm glad you got something to eat.
Yeah, but I still got some to eat. My brother, he shared some of his food stuff that he had to spare.
Which I'm glad. So, one thing I will say about them, like the linking Thrice Fired, because this is the only picture I can see right now of Thrice Fired with Ashley Graydon, is that I'm assuming that they're related in terms of family, because they do have similar facial features, like a father figure. So that's my assumption of the linking them, but I can't prove it. Well, yeah. I would say, Yves, I'm gonna try your thought process once I get through these other presses. Let's just say Graydon's on old China.
Yep.
That phrase, I mean, I get it because of it's like the how he talks, but an old China. That's a weird way to say it, I guess.
Interesting turn of phrase, I guess.
Yeah. Actually, you know what, Yves? It could be the one disc because the idea of having two discs was just... That was what everyone assumed. Oh, you know what what I'm thinking is that maybe it is on the disc, but because you need to have both, you have to write it down in order to have it. But we don't have any paper to write it down. This is where Herlock Sholmes is going to come in with a copy of the disc and play them simultaneously to help intertwine it, because he did make a copy of it, but he has no idea what music box to play. So that's the thing. I'll be right back. My power surged.
Everything just went dark. So that's what it looks like when things surge. Huh. I've always wondered what it looked like when things surged in his room.
Anyway, but yeah, that was my theory about it. Anyway.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin?
Eh?
No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Me? Who, me?
Wow, who we?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when.
Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Well, yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now and he's in his all fancy whistle and flute. And yet you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when we were younger, he was from the old poor part of town, just like us.
Is that so?
But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with his smart ideas with like what would never have gone through our heads.
Well, God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Mirrorfurton and the Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh?
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit.
Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering.
Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please?
I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Add testimony, cause that might bring us closer to Thrice. My lord,
Yes, counsel.
Brothers' last statement, sentimental statement, could hold vital information relating to this case.
Very well, counsel. I will permit the witness to submit the testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Say no more.
The Skulkins never skulking.
Ah, the business name? Oopsie. Because, okay. There's two things we need to prove. First off, if there's any connections between Thrice Fired Mason and Gregden. And I'm thinking they are family. Because now they're saying that they have history together. Well, there has to be some way. Well, before I look at the case notes, I do want to press the...
Hold it!
One thing, I need to press the rest of this before I check out the rest of the stuff. There's a jar again. I remember hearing that word for a long time ago. And I was like, what the heck is a jar? Because I think I was playing Scribble. And the person I was playing with was like, yeah, a jar is the actual word. It was interesting. So now they're actually telling the truth. So their loyalty is more to the motherland than to friendship. Slightly open is ajar. Slightly open is like, yeah. I remember like hearing that and it was just like, yeah. That was supposed to be slightly open. And it was like also Myriad was a thing, that I remember hearing a lot, and I was like, I couldn't think of like a certain word because my mom was just like getting on me. It's like, how do you not know this word? And it's just like, I don't know it. I'm young. I'm like less than 10 years old. You expect me to learn everything about the English language? Even now, I don't know certain words. I don't even know certain words, and like some words. Yeah, same here. So they were stealing. A ditto. I'm glad that it's like Ash is like really good at keeping his composure, that's for sure. Don't even think about it. Okay, so that didn't help in terms of connecting. So why don't we ask about the title? Because the title didn't seem that much, but it also didn't seem the likelihood, which usually means in these type of games, the less likely it is, the more likely it is. It sounds weird, but that's kind of like how this game works. It's like the less likely it's sounding it is, the more likely it is it. Less likely it is, the more likely it is. That is such a weird contradicting thing that can be true in so many games. Enough of this. How much longer are we supposed to listen to this drivel? Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decide to interject? Because
It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from.
His old man was struggling for money. So much his wife walked out on him.
Did those bites just come back? I just noticed those bites just come back. They just instantly just... Those are instant pears and apples.
He took the name Graydon, then, see?
And that disappeared.
But Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Milverton. So that used to be your surname, didn't it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think I can rely on the testimony of two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon.
Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct?
Very well. Yes. Subpoena. Okay, subpoena. I keep calling it subpoena. Subpoena. English is weird. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things and could turn out to be extremely important. I used to think English used to be a very English. Yes, English used to be a very English language. Yes. Well, I mean, if you really think about it, but no, I thought English when I was younger was legit a language that was so easy because I learned it as a kid. I was so naive, but it was just like, oh, why do people, other people like in like Asia or like Europe and stuff like that? It's like, why can't they speak English well? Like, why is it so hard from having them learn our English? It's so easy. And then later in life, I learned how English is one of the most convoluted languages today that is still evolving. Because we got the internet language like simp and stuff. There's too many different branches of English too. Yeah, that's also too. There's the old English, there's British English, there's today's English. There's like so many different types of English branches that it's also like one of those things that there's way more and I'm even like just naming. English is just weird. All right, let's try your theory. Question is, where was that spot again? Linking the name of their business together, I think. Bingo. Maybe. I'm guessing a Vivid Voltage Rivers. Dealer's pick. Okay, I'll do Vivid Voltage this time. How are you doing, Rivers? There's still every possibility that this music box has an instrumental in the leaking government secrets. How you been doing, Rivers? Also, you're red today. You used to be blue, but now you're red. Mike. Well, and you, brother? I am doing fine, just going through this story for a bit. But before I continue it, I gotta open some card packs. Minden Stadium, Eevee. See that? Is Mike's Wingnut, Electrike, Fairy. It's a Fancy, Cottony, and Better Scuda. Better Scuda is my rare card. Got it. Once my 60 days is up, I'm going back to the old name. Really? Why did you change it so, why did you change it? Is there something with that name? Long AF. Yeah, that's true. You could just call yourself Rivers. No, then again, that's someone already called himself Rivers, probably. But I regret it. Nah, no worries, dude. You'll get back to it soon. We're just playing this for a bit and see if we can finish this up. It'll be Water Gamer 221. My name is Long AF too, but honestly, I'm gonna stick with it to the end of my time. I was considering changing it, but you know what? Not anymore. There's still every possibility that this music box has instrumental in the leaking government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friends, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what?
Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis. Blah 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 blah. You had better present your idea at Watch Council. How do you propose the music box, which appears to produce only one single tone? Possibly you use to cipher secret messages into Morse code.
If you ever change it to Blaze BB, then catch your phrase flame. It'll be like Digits BB and Blaze BB. I don't know how Digits will feel like that.
Got it.
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement in the inside of the music box.
What? It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time.
Good heavens!
As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. Yeah, Digits, yeah. Digits and I, together forever, will be known on the once one of us hits partner, will be the BB team. And you know, I don't know if whenever one of us reaches partner, if ever, what team will we ever make? Honestly, if I make a team, I'm just gonna make a team that can help have everyone together who wants to stream, and like all homies together. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry. This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with a second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. I may remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one on the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
Exactly. I have nothing whatsoever to do with it.
Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue.
So I need to link the two first, basically. That's what the idea was. Oh!
Hold it!
Hold on, wait. Actually, wait a minute. Is it this one? Oh, Middleton! There it is. Oh man, Sato's coming in the clutch. Yeah, so we confirmed the Middleton is his past name. So that means we got something to present that he's connected.
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton, tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It has means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name.
Explain yourself, please, counsel.
I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded.
Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was just his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton.
Milverton? Do you mean to say, saints alive?
Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker Mr. Mason Milverton was your father? I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in a collaboration with your father. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth. You say? That you're collaborating with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded.
By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel?
Yes. Stealing information, being sent in secret government communication, and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using two music boxes to encode the information. Dude, yeah, Rivers, this game is like, the Ace Attorney series is like, you're at the very end of this game. So like, this game built from like case 1 all the way to case 5 at this last part, where we're piecing together where McGilded and the thrice-fired Mason, the murder of that, was in the 3rd case. We're now meeting like Sherlock Holmes, which is a parody of Sherlock Holmes in a sense, from like this meeting from the 2nd case, and the 4th case being like we met some people to introduce us to the kind of like the area of everything, and just how the 1st case also the whole I don't know, like basically every single case in this game is connected, and we're just getting to the final ropes of like explaining everything of this game together. As presumably a safety measure against the information falling into wrong hands.
and a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme of any credits whatsoever.
But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windy Banks 2 days ago, in the attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. So he's the one who made 2 discs. So would that mean there actually is a second disc somewhere? But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc.
Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box?
That is indeed an interesting question, yeah.
We never knew nothing about that.
On the night that Winston Windybank was killed, the intruder in the pawnbrokery, voice crack, touched one item and one item alone, the music box.
As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed.
So the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense! Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through your sleeve of your jacket. What? 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windy Bank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch from Mr. Shom's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Timing for blood randomly start coming out. Or showing, rather. I mean, to be fair, Yves, he tried to hide it, but he did kept, like, moving his arms around. So it is a bit convenient, but it does make sense. Like, earlier in the case, the Nash Skulkin was also worried about him moving too much, that his wound was going to reopen again. So in the sense that it would make sense that it started to bleed, and he's wearing a white suit, so it's pretty obvious that it would be coming out. So it's also that this shot, the only person that would make sense with this shot is Windy Bank. So if Windy Bank never shot him with that bullet and the blood, this case may have been almost impossible to figure out. So Windy Bank is still helping us beyond the grave. He was protecting Gina, but also protecting everything else. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? It couldn't be the other 2, so it had to be Grayson. Yep. Because the other 2 seem to be perfectly fine. He's got you now.
He got you now, me old China.
We're at the time to call it quits and croak, I reckon.
Don't acknowledge my presence there. Under Don't acknowledge my presence under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember, and I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslums thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windy Banks that night. I paid these pair to 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. I'm not going to back down without a fight. Not until I show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Shulman's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm.
Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself.
Which means that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder.
Goodness!
And that's what this case was mainly to focus on. That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybank that night is you.
Hold it!
You little upstart. You've made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightfully say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact naturally. I had no intention of ruining my distinguished career I built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought ever cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What?
What are you suggesting?
I saw it all. I saw the very moment the pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defense's pawnbroker and shot him. What?
Order! 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 Well... It would seem we're finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial.
Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will be incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully.
I must ask you to give your former testimony once more. You will explain to court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Well, Here we go. This seems to be the final part of this case. But maybe there's more. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Minty Bake threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in the black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. That doesn't make any sense. Why would you pick it up? Let's see. Geez, trying to turn it around on him. I feel like there's gonna be a lot more. Maybe so. Who knows?
Good gracious, this is extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order.
It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of murder. I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. Hold on, let's see. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood spattered all over the accused coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time.
Really? If a coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here.
I already see holes in this. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Runo. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals... Oh, help. You're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. But that's not Mr. Windybank's blood. The stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution.
Overruled. More than jacks make it so at once.
With pleasure, my lord.
And while we await results, defense may proceed to cross-examination.
Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be...
Counsel!
Yes, my lord.
Cross-examination!
Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or really compelling clue now, I have a really bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. It's gonna be guilty! I'm gonna say that.
Hold it!
Yet you shot Sholmes with a gun.
Hold it!
Makes me wonder. I mean, he was the one with the gun, so there's that. I don't think Nash is pretty innocent, because here's my thinking. We're gonna need... We have something that has blood, which is Mason's blood, confirmed. Ignoring the blood samples because no one's accepting that right now. The thing about it is that he's confirming that there's 3 shots. The problem is... I find like a couple problems with it right now. One, he's shot in the arm, which he's confirming that he was shot in the arm. But the other problem is that each gun was confirmed to be shot only once, which there had to be a third gun somewhere. The second problem is that he took the gun away, which was shown that Gina had the gun in her hand when she lost consciousness. I don't think Nash is anything else as to say, because he said it. He was related, Ash to the case. I think I could prove with the gun, because he's claiming that the gun was shot twice. Because he's showing that the gun for Whitney Banks was pulled at least already. So that's my thinking right now.
Hold it!
Wait. What's the point with pickpocket girl? It wasn't pawnbroker. It wasn't the broker's gun she had? Okay. So they're saying that she had her own gun. It's kind of weird that Nash was brought up a lot for a reason. I guess, like, in that sense, Nash was important because he's the one who concerned about his arm, and he's the one who's speaking out that Graydon is back, throwing him under the bridge now.
Hold it!
It is, I guess so, if you really think about it. But a lot of Nash's saying has now been proven true. Or at least the stuff that he's saying now. So it's more about, he's now coming clean, I guess.
Hold it!
That doesn't make a lick of sense. Whistle and flute.
You little toe rag!
Come on, Gregson. You can't keep doing that to Nash.
Excuse me!
Gentlemen. Something wrong, Sunshine. Should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin.
Blimey. This is a bit of a hooligan, ain't he?
What was going on just now?
You just saw me grab me whistle. Why in blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station?
And why didn't you?
'Cause we didn't know nothing about it. Or the flaming peephole in the door.
I'm sorry about that. I can be prone for losing my rag sometimes. Not hot, are ya?
Or blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling ya, this D gives me the willies.
Guess he's giving you the D look. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Grexy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. But anyway, that was definitely out of character. Lord.
Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer.
I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. The blood on the accused of the court.
Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel.
No, my lord.
Well, there you have it.
The report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Rashad. From the extent of the stains, it would appear they were a result of spattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me.
A gunshot wound? I thought it was just a stab. Oh no, there was a gunshot wound with a small splatter of it. Okay. See, what did I tell you?
Objection.
But then it would have showed a little bit on Gina. No, the blood on the overcoat was not Mr. Windybanks.
What on earth makes you say that, counsel?
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before the coat deposited at Windybanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. That's what I would say, yeah. So the blood on the overcoat is the blood on of the brickmaker of the omnibus case.
Objection.
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters my shred of respect you may have earned yourself in this country. But that was...
Call a bloody disgrace treachery that what it is.
How to determine whether the blood on the coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stethoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done. But we use Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals. Mr. Sholmes is not a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in the chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I yelled out Pyroski to starving boy and he ran away crying.
Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of a public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish.
How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
As the witness says, the accused coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Grigdon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, this testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth.
My lord. It's been a long battle for this one, but this whole horse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman. As part of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All in for one now. Sir.
Guilty.
Guilty, guilty,
Guilty.
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 Guilty. I like how he's like says guilty. Here we go again.
Well, it will appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict.
The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. Ah, I don't believe it. After I've come this so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Officer? You've delivered the report now. That will be all. Thank you.
It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined by not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad?
Mr. Stroms! What's the meaning of this?
Also, why I like how he has his leg up.
Order.
What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you're recuperating in a hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set up upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you. You're awake at last. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me.
What matter? What matter, sir?
I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would be so kind to us to spare us the time.
What you say this to Lord Van Sykes?
The trial has taken many hours of court's time, having spent so long already.
Exactly! I haven't been spent so long. It haven't been spent so long already. We don't want to go with any more precious time.
As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would be churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes.
Very well then, counsel. You have 5 minutes.
Oh, he changed fast. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Stroms, are you alright now? Alright. Oh, I'm all wrong. Sorry. I only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray, forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurry, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Oh well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, an oversight on my part. Right, modesty? Surely not. Them some weird glasses on top of his head. Them things are magnifying glasses. It kind of actually, so Yves, in the second case of this game, he actually used it to not only look around, but also he used it to see through a cabinet door. which we like Naruhodo was sleeping in. Like, this game has a lot to go, which I highly recommend if you want to be interested in the whole thing. Obviously, you're seeing the whole last bit of the case, but the whole first parts of the case is paced weird. It's a bit long, but overall, it's pretty well structured, is what I would say. Shad! How you doing, Shad? I hope you're doing well. Doing all right. I'm glad you are. Welcome to the final bits of this case. If you want to listen to the bit of the story, because we're at the final parts of this exciting conclusion. Also, hi Skull. You were watching like Dragon Ball in the background. My beloved. Hope you're doing all right. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand, and that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. Is that supposed to be want to do or won't to do? Is it supposed to be like the accent? I'm not 100% certain. Negative Blaze, Yukio. Ah, Yukio. I must find Celebi. Yeah, this is Ace Attorney. Welcome, Shed.
I mean, I think there are subtle differences between English and American grammar. Or like what's considered proper English is a tad different.
Yep. Accent, yeah. So, yeah. You're wont to do, you would find yourself to considerable peril. Oh, I could be in the game. I'm that good of a detective. Are you Herlock Sholmes, Shed? Are you as smart as Herlock Sholmes and eccentric as he is? Also calling a woman big as they come. As big as a lion beast. Literally, he actually says that in this game because that was a thing in the fourth case. I'm not joking, by the way. And even if you know a little bit of Sherlock Holmes, he's not the best with words, I should say. Yep, that me. Okay. I'll believe it.
You have to be good with words when you're a hunk like Sholmes.
Hunk like Sholmes. You know what? To be fair, whatever he says, I'll go with it.
Isn't there like a picture of him and he's just like posing?
Yeah. There's many pictures of Herlock Sholmes or Sholmes or Holmes shirtless. So there's that. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato. So whatever could it be? I like how it's just like at the last minute. What is this? Oh, it's the machine I made. What? Get. Look, I'll use this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I forgot to ask you how you were. I'm doing fine, Shed. Just trying to finish up this game. Like, we're literally at the end of this game. So I'm kind of like getting close. I'm excited to finally see the end of this game. So that's one thing I'm doing right now. Other than that, I'm kind of burning up in my room right now because I did not turn. My fan is currently off because it surged, and I'm cooking right now, and I just turned it on.
What are you cooking?
Me apparently. Would you like a taste of me? You can take it in any way you want, James. Hope you survive.
What you buying?
I will survive as long as there is not too much in terms of surging and my fan stays on for the rest of the night. What you buying? What you used buying? I call it the cat flappomat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to? Mr. Sato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Windy Banks in pursuit of the thieves, Mr. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not all that cryptic. I'm not all cryptic then. Mr. Sato used the cat flappo mat that night, but why? Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already. We just made it to the important part. I'm grateful for you for affording us the brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo! Yes? The rest is down to you, my dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. Hope you survive. I'm hoping. Yeah. Oh, I read that already. Let's see. Let's look at this already. What is this? What are we gonna do? What is this? Why is this important to us?
Interesting contraption.
It basically makes a cat door. Automatic cat door maker. Which actually would be handy for Mike if he wasn't living in an apartment.
My cat hates the outside world.
True. What's the blue thing?
She's got a double wing hidden underneath her angel wing.
I can't examine it. I'm guessing that's a battery.
I mean, aren't you technically examining it right now?
Yeah, I am. The question is, why did Susato use this? Why is this significant?
I'm a mind reader. Figure out why it's significant.
All right, let me think about the cross-examination. The cross-examination. Yeah, I was wondering. The only thing that looks like a cat door in the area would be the little open peephole thing. That's the only thing. That's what I was thinking, but wait a minute, wait. Oh, I see it. Yeah, no, I see it. There's the line on the door. I was thinking that now I was thinking about it, I don't remember ever seeing a peephole through there originally. Question is, how did they get a handle on that? Further the cross-examination. There, the jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine the witness. Now, the defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with the one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord. Requesting your lordship permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel. No, my lord. So it's a peephole, huh? Yeah. Nobody can say anything then. If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its right to request continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit unrelenting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity to conclude the cross-examination. Counsel, you may choose but one statement from the witness testimony, but one piece of evidence to present to support your argument against it. One single chance of evidence? If following that situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement, a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Mr. Sholmes! As Mr. Abridged Popo said, he dead! To then, to stand insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man is extraordinary strength of mind, or an extraordinary lack of feeling. No one's even fazed by it, lol. Yep. I imagine he's feeling very little right now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Our counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this chance that Susato has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial.
Very well then. Under the terms I've outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
Objection!
What on earth is this eccentric contraption, Council?
Oh, it's my cat flap-o-matic, my lord. It makes a way for the cats to get in and out of the room. It can cut through a door, and you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come in and go as they please, without their owners.
Stop interrupting me when I'm reading!
Small doors to cats come in and go as they please, without their owners having to open the main door. Again, this will be really helpful for Mike and Emoto. Just saying, because their cat is an outdoor cat. I'm just saying. Or used to, I would say. I'm sure we can all work out for ourselves. Huh. But that cat lover's contrivances has no possible relevance to this case. Ah, caps lops. Yeah, no, that's fine, use. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door.
Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it would help if I described this function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon, a peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windybank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together. And it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at that time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course that there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime for the pity's sake? Yes. How could you? What?
Counsel, kindly say what do you mean?
Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistants made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting the peephole in the door was? Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place. My judicial assistant using this device.
Your assistant tampered with a crime scene whilst fully aware of the gravity of her actions? That is the most serious act of vandalism.
For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in a few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. This seems like it's gonna be easy to choose from next, I feel. Yep, this is finally things are coming into place. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, I can't believe I never noticed that the peephole. It becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes.
Riddled with? Explain yourself, counsel.
The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what we witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Wait for the objection.
Order. Is there any credence to this revelation?
There it is. None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, this is some trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect to believe that the plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. Sir, I don't believe it for a second. I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy, cooey, time for dinner. Excuse me? Dang, she made a cat door through the judge's door. She's a crafty son of a vandalism. Well,
Young lady, this is the old Bailey. One does not make a cat flaps in the old paint paneling and at the old Bailey.
I'm not done yet. Don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom at the door at Windy Banks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps of my cat flap-o-matic creates all of the fixed size. The dimensions of the people at Windy Banks are an exact amount. Hehe. Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Eilers. Thank you. And now it's my learned friend's turn to be lost in words, I feel. I believe your jujitsu assistant has already left the country for your eastern island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people has the dimensions that are perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The Tarkin demands proof of your answer.
What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Dykes?
It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the people was created after the incident using the device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. For as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the people was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Dykes. Well, counsel.
Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I know one thing. Satsun, the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Has to go with Mei Fei. You know, is it the Fei sisters, especially the one with the big boobs.
Very well, the counsel for defense will present evidence to support the claim made.
Times for the times on the pictures, of course. Yep.
Proof the people in the base home was created after the event and not before.
Let's use this one because this proves that it was created before. It was created after. What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again. My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof.
The necessary proof is the photographic print, counsel?
This is the print. Shows the scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see the print again. I don't believe it. It's really quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom. It's completely devoid of a people of any description.
Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no people in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. No! Ballerina, dive. Oh, where did the other guys go?
Order. I'm satisfied with the defense with substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony is entirely fallacious.
That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly...
Good lord, there's more? For Vertex?
He's still a dick. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that's no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I'm the victim here. Oh, please. No! Yeah, this is why I hate Van Sykes for pointing out that stuff. Don't believe this. They're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, you can't worm his way out of it now. Yaris, you know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? Even more dramatic, yep. As Hurry always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote from him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain the alleged inconsistency. Yours is right. One lie begets another. Inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witness's statements. They show that Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely, how did he know the bloodstains on the coat? The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the people in the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Who sent me rain? Probably Fanto, because he knows try to rain. So it was probably Fanto. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the people in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously,
Has the cat got your tongue, witness?
The people in the door was made after the incidents occurred. And once I returned to the shop and failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windy Banks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yeah, of course, the police is chock full of pawned articles and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the other officers working around the clock to shift so we get through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So the fact that existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the people in the door.
How on earth is that possible?
Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Sykes? Speak, Inspector.
It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to the testimony, so if it's all the same to you...
Permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You also keep saying the people, which is really cumbersome. You will remain until exactly where you are until this trial concludes.
Oh, of course, sir.
Mr. Graydon, you shouldn't have known the existence of the people, which only could mean, which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize I trust the words you have uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes. But the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a peculiar clue we have, there's really only one person that could be.
Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave the witness details of the crime and facilitated his false testimony?
Well, there was one moment where two people were talking to one another for a while.
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof substantiate such a crash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we were only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. All too obvious in the end. But dang, this case can be crazy in thought. Yeah, no. It's basically once you have multiple pieces separated and it starts piecing together, then you start seeing, yeah, all the little details that they tried to use, that they now make sense why they're using it. So it's like, that's why I like Ace Attorney. It's just like, it starts like, it's a convoluted setup, but it falls into place when you actually start piecing them together.
Indeed, preparation of his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, where the police executed a subpoena, brought the man here from the communication station.
And until that time, Graydon had no idea, no inkling that he would have suddenly be required to appear in the court.
Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume that he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation of that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting in the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information? So that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
Is this it's a blooming outrage? What would I be giving away detailed investigation to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in this case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true, I had a number of questions regarding the events transpired at the pawnbrokery.
Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand. Such illicit discussions couldn't have possibly been occurred. Oh, I've just remembered something, Runo. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Jeannie was testifying. Oh yes, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve Mick Gilded's music box at the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. Dang, that infinite bag of potato wedges. Wish I had one of those bites. Yeah, no, like actually, Yeez, I like fish and chips. Like when it's a good fish and chips, like the fries are crispy and hot, and the fish is nice and crispy and hot, like, and it's tasty. I would love that. Given that I would probably be fat by now. I'll probably be wearing 300 pounds of fat. But dang, I would love to have an infinite bag of fish and chips where I just put it in my pocket, take it out, refresh, eat it, squeeze it, regenerate it, and then just like keep eating it. It's like, oh my god. Never lose any like moments of fish and chips ever again. It's just, like perfect snackage. No, it's like out of every single regeneration thing, that's definitely my favorite thing. Though I wish, though apples and the pear regenerating would be nice. I would get to that too, dude. If a regeneration fish and chips ever happened, Britain's population would be like through the roof or something like that. I don't know. I remember finding it strange at the time that Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed them.
You, there's a tall rag. You're making it all this up. Oh, I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. What would I do something like that? What would I be giving her confidential details to the likes of this bloke?
Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? That would be very fat indeed. Yep. I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector.
I'm sure I need not to remind the inspector that if I found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance.
Objection!
Does a physicist have to do launch fish and chips? God dang it, James. James, with your puns! I don't have to get out. Oh, hold on, wait.
Get out!
There we go. It's become clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. Don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It's incumbent to the defense now to present evidence to support this diabolical claim. Bleh. Why can't I speak English? Evidence. Just when you're proposing the expected demanded of the witness in return. The court must see proof of this alleged deal. What'd you say, James?
He's like squeezing those fish and chips with like a death grip.
Yeah, but they regenerate, so it doesn't matter. He's not really wasting food, per se. Infinite fish and chips would also fix world hunger. Fish is also pretty healthy.
As long as it doesn't have mercury in it.
Yeah. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, logically there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. It's more fish and chips. It's more fish and chips, Yarade. Bruno, do you think it could be? Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle.
I must ask you for a better answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of this alleged deal Inspector Gregson made with the witness?
I'm just double checking. Oh, the keyboard all the dots. It's of course. I was thinking the music box disc. Yeah, the second disc. Dots, Morse code, second disc. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Also, was you gonna just put out like, oh, it's the Hank Baskerville story, right? Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, I was also double checking to make sure it was also that. Is it not true that you've been working on another very important case?
What are you getting now, Sunshine?
Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked to overseas from the Ministry of Justice.
Hold your bleeding Nora. Could you?
We discovered during the course of this trial that the music box is deposited at Windy Banks by Magnus McGilded, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that it encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which to exchange the discs for details of the case.
You little... Order.
On the day of the incident, also we're getting action music now. Also, that was probably why Gregson also flipped out with his details, because he didn't get the detail of the third gun from the other guy. And he wanted the details of the other gun. That's why he was like flipping out. When we met you at Windybanks, you said this.
I'll be taking that whatever it is of Mr. McGarrett's down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over.
No, don't give it to them. It's mine. This is mine. Mine.
I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has been taken in as evidence now.
Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGitter was involved in the stealing of the government's secrets.
My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush.
In that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information.
I mean, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized that there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of phase music box disc, you indeed didn't reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man to giving false testimony.
There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. Oh, everyone's a criminal here. Literally, the only people who are not criminalized is like Van Zykes, the jurors, in a sense, and the judge. Literally, everyone had a thing with this entire, had trouble with this entire court case this entire time. Justin dancing to the music and be like, it's almost done. Case 5. The double witnesses freak out. If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in the truth. Everyone's getting in trouble, yeah. Yeah, everyone is. It would mean that the second disc is as we speak here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? I mean, what do you think? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What?
What's that supposed to mean, eh?
As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand.
Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Grayson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes. Everyone's sus. Not everyone, Justin. It's the prosecution and the jurors mostly, and the judge. Also, you're sus right now because James hasn't caught you yet. You remember, you're under arrest right now. You've been on the run for like a day. The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. That could only have struck a deal with each other when Jeannie was testifying before. Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please order an examination of his personal effects immediately.
Where, Inspector?
This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulting me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put the matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What's going on? He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. Bye, James. I think his internet died. If following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you severely reprimanded. Again, Van Zykes is being too much in this. Sounds serious.
Indeed, the Vinicius makes such defamatory remarks about our country, most senior police force. Something not Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
Hi, James. You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson. Alright, good night, James. Sleep well. I would accept a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. disc must have physically changed hands, which means the Inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here.
Very well, Counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord.
Do you still possess the formally request a search for the Inspector's personal effects?
Search someone else. Yes, the defense formally demands a search to be conducted.
Well,
Don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've nothing to hot. Well, someone else has the disc, yeah.
very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the Inspector.
Ah! I like how he just like the slap. Conduct a search of Inspector Gregson's personal effects, please. Objection. The defense demands a search, but not the Inspector Gregson. What?
Now, what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, not that. I thought you wanted to search me.
No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of this, eh? Lost it at last, have your sunshine. A court shouldn't be put up with the nonsense. You're completely irrational.
You keep wishy-washy with a lot of things. Be quiet, all of you. Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having courage of his convictions. So you should respect and and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Yeah, shut up, Van Zykes.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is all at the defense counsel's conviction. Eagerly awaits his next words.
You what? You don't... No, don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about things I've seen in the court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be.
Counsel, I humbly request a search now.
I request a search. Where's myself? Search me, please. Well, I can't.
Take that!
Mr. Ashley Graydon, my lord. The defense demands that he be searched at once.
Very well. I presume you will not protest, Mr. Graydon.
Au contraire. So a brief body search was carried out by the court bailiff. A few short minutes later, it was revealed that Mr. Graydon had nothing unusual on his person at all. I messed up. Actually, wait. Debated. Yep. It's not the Skulkin brothers, because they had nothing to do with idea. I'm actually thinking about this right now. I'm trying to recall all the things in the moments. They weren't innocent. They proved that they were thieves, but you have never sat in court to prove yourself either. The only possible other person I could think of is Sholmes because he does have a copy. But what does that mean? Is it water? Gonna head to bed. No worries, Will. Have a good night. You sleep well. Thanks for joining. Hope you take care of yourself, dude.
Take that! Objection!
I just did it because I failed. Okay, game over. GG's. I wanted to test the theory.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Yeah, I am missing something right now. It was too obvious to be Graydon. I know that. Because, like, when I picked him, I already had a feeling that he was a little bit too obvious. Now, the question is, though. Oh. Nope, nope, nope. Oh, yas, yas, yas. Checkpoints, checkpoints, checkpoints. I love the
who is it?
checkpoint. I'm just making sure that what I think is right.
We'll see what happens, I guess.
No, we're showing that the Spectre doesn't have it because it has to be a deal with him. We're showing that he was the original idea to inspect it, but not truly.
He's not the one that has the disc.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, has to be someone who has it. Because the inspector knows that he doesn't have the disc. If he did, things would be a little bit more uppity. So the question is, who really has it? Gregden doesn't have.
Possible that the guy survived?
Huh?
The bank guy survived?
No, he's confirmed dead. Well, he does nothing. He had no idea of the disc. The inspector supposedly we thought had the disc, but it's Graydon that knows where the disc is. Are we overthinking it? Because that's just what we're trying to say no to Gregson.
Is Van Zykes in there?
Yes, technically, yes.
Something tells me it was him.
Nah.
Because those two brothers wouldn't have done it. They're too stupid.
They also didn't know about it.
I'm sorry, but those two remind me of the two idiots from Home Alone.
Yeah, I think like that's what I was thinking with Gregson, but this
Harry
also
and Marv.
Here's the thing. The problem is with Gregson and Graydon, it would be too obvious to go with them. It would be.
But if it was to go to Van Zykes, however,
he had nothing to talk with Graydon. Because he was trying to give the details, the confidential details.
Who do you think?
It's like Gregson's the only one that could possibly make sense. Would possibly make sense, but the problem is that I don't. There's something about it that's missing.
I mean, how many tries do we got? Technically, we could just try them all.
That was gonna be it, but honestly, Justin, you shouldn't have deleted that message because actually that kind of gave it more away because I wasn't really thinking about like that.
Take that!
No?
Justin deleted a message because that was actually a spoiler in terms of where to go. But deleting that actually made it more of a spoiler than him actually mentioning it.
I don't know what's going on.
It's on Twitch specifically. I actually didn't think of it like this. Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Well, I never.
Blimey, me, him.
Well then, bailiff, restrain the witness and conduct a thorough research of his personal effects.
Hold it!
Please, my lord.
Spectre? Scotland Yard, has a object to such.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and defense have the authority to object.
But Lord Van Zykes.
I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial.
Bailiff, carry out the search.
Wah. Now, hold on the mo. I don't know nothing about no disc. Got it out!
So he had the.
Here it is, my lord. In the witness's pocket. I found this. He had it.
My lord, that's
Another music box disc.
I don't know nothing about it. Nothing.
That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson?
Order. Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself?
Gordon Bennett. Maybe just Gordon Flemmy Bennett. I swear I don't know nothing about the disc.
That was the only thing that made sense to me since they don't know a lot about Nash and his brother. It was also true because like I forgot about him being shaking, but I thought it associated of Gregson being like hiding something. But when he searching him, it doesn't make sense. Graydon doesn't make sense. Sholmes, I just wanted to try. Gina wouldn't make any sense. Like it would only make sense eventually if I really thought about it. Go to one of the Nash like the Skulkin brothers for sure.
Those two are too stupid.
Yes.
They could be trusted with something, but never look at it.
They don't ask questions.
Like trusting Luigi
No, it's not my
with
fault.
something very, very expensive. You know he will destroy.
Well, it's more like Justin. When I saw that message, I took it more as like looking at Gregson, more towards Gregson, because that was the idea of us pointing at it, but it didn't make sense for Gregson. That's why I was not putting two to two together. I was looking at it in a different direction. That was my thought process. I wasn't thinking about the other direction.
I mean, these two are just idiotic.
Well, I didn't know nothing about the disc. Honest to God.
Counsel, would you please explain what is going on here? The alleged deal was struck between this witness and this detective, no?
Without question, my lord.
Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of a disc that the inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular moment in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment.
I don't recall that on what unusual behavior.
See, I took that as him losing composure, but he used that moment to hide the disc. It was, yes, during my cross-examination, Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbroker that night, was it by chance the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. While Graydon answered my questions, Inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by the coat and shaking him violently.
Yeah, he did it all. Thought your noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been boarded as a brother I was.
And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me, whistled like that, and started shaking me. Why in blazes didn't he mention the third gun when he got down to the station? That's what he said. Yeah, it did me right in the ear, he did. It's Brad. They're throbbing now.
The way the detective behaved when was extremely out of character, but looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That's when the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
Well, bless my word, he hid it? You... Well, I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the dagger had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in an anonymous pocket? This court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
Why ever not?
As the man himself revealed earlier, this current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were recover the medium used to convey secrets leaked from the ministry and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush.
Hush-hush. A top-secret assignment, is it?
As far as we are aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in the court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing that there's a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you have had acquired for the witness.
What does that mean?
He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him, to slip the second disc into his pocket.
So it was all a pretense? Where now, Inspector Gregson? And you, Mr. Graydon? Are you prepared to admit the accusation made against you of this alleged deal?
Admit to it. Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon, clearly our Eastern visitor has uncommonly active imagination. However, there is no proof that I passed the disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the people? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony, and that I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I'll admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is this Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You... What?! Well then, what about you then, Mr. Gregson? Do you admit for making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc?
Ladies and gents of the jury, as Scotland Yard Inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done been the name of justice. So, as the members of public of this fine country, I'd like to think that the justice will be guiding light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of this trial.
He has met it a few times, though, before.
Nevertheless, in the absence of my further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings.
Well, now, there's a fellow of a servant, Queen Cunt and Country. I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man. Quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of a character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking in the cat case. It's all blurred to me. As a fellow professional, I would like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is a highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in the presence of an idol, stop. Detective was very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are going to believe Gregson. If they declare their decisions now, is Ginny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then I'm going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windybank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with a witness.
Well then, counsel, I think it's time to impose the jurors to declare their final decisions no. That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you can have just far.
Swear, if these idiots find that girl guilty or something,
That depends on how I play.
this freaking justice system is whack.
I mean, that's kind of the theme of this entire game, is that the justice system is not exactly solid. But then again, many justice systems are not solid in the country, in the world.
When you are behind that freaking chair, you have an obligation to the people.
Doesn't mean that people
For
can't
the
lie.
people.
It doesn't mean that people doesn't lie. They have lied in the past, and it doesn't mean that they're not gonna stop anytime soon. It's true.
Then what's the point of justice?
Nothing much.
Then all you're doing is creating chaos out of that. There's no order, there's no justice.
But how can you trust every single person in the world? Yep, and the power also corrupts people. So you can't exactly say that while morals are correct, you can't exactly say that for everybody. Because you're not in the positions of everybody else.
Yeah, but I've learned 13 different lives.
That's...
And when you grow to watch humanity like that, like me, you tend to judge all of humanity.
If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty. So there's no choice, Rina. We have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against, Gregson or Graydon? Okay, let me double check something.
Justin, this is your time to help.
No, I'll ask for Justin when I need his help.
Do it now, Justin. Quick, before he's not looking.
Do Graydon. Mr. Graydon, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. You misguided fool. Whatever you intend to show me, you'll be wasting your time. I have nothing left to lose. I assure you, I will admit to nothing. This is my last chance. Looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. Find a piece of evidence to get him to admit to the he clearly struck in the stand.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGiller's peculiar music box council?
Yes, with a disc already in place ready to play, I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well.
Goodness! This disc as well, council? Oh no, wait! I can't let you do that!
Why not?
Well, because it ain't got to do nothing in this case, that's why.
Objection!
Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you're go letting the whole court hear the confidential information like that, it's treason.
Then do you admit the charge that in order to protect the staters, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness?
You're mad. If you let the secret information out in the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to the witness. That you continue to lie to court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
Don't you dare.
I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of.
Van Zykes is like, you know what?
He's wanting to
I'm
see.
just like, I'm done.
No, he's wanting to see how serious I am with this. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by the music box.
Come on, Van Zykes, for Pete's sake, stop him.
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor, not a Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul.
No! Very well. The defense's stance here and that of the prosecution have been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in concurrence to the defense's request, the court will now listen to the music box. This music box is set in operation once more. This time, with a second disc in place, both discs playing simultaneously.
Gene. God dang it. Why?
Listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code.
What? All right, I admit it, whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut the blue box up.
I wonder what it actually said. I'm going to look it up later. Let me ask you again, then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon?
Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc?
Right, curiosity. Yep.
Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector?
I did. Stop! What are you doing, man?
It's exactly as that young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after recess and we stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal.
Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're a detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me this very moment. How about a trade? I suggest you accept, or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let the information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have been put him in the career. The people in storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out that people had only been made than that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank. You... Traitor! Oh my god. Just spit out a fry.
Bailiff! Restrain that man!
Once! Oh, this got violent. That's it then. It's all over.
How did he grab that man if his cane was broke?
It's not completely broke. It just snapped. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. The little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to be better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole.
And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination.
But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus Begilded. You're a fine with acquire talent, so you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for the inspections of the ministry's communication office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb.
Van Sykes, I want to slap you.
Oh, you and me both.
He's nothing but a proud, egotistical vampire.
I mean, that's kind of what they designed him to be.
I mean, he's no better than Dracula.
But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing.
And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. He's Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He's once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier.
It's sad.
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh?
He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. I've got work for you, father. I need some music discs made.
Music box discs, huh? A musician friend
of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are 2 actually. I'd be delighted.
I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, although. Fetch my tools, would you? They're on the loft.
That's how I had him make the 2 discs.
Thereby splitting the information in 2. You're taking considerable precautions indeed.
It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involving the first of the 2 discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on the receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of the deal, the exchange of the second disc. Yes, I sold the man information that way a number of times already. But it seems he become reluctant to part with his money.
But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Creighton. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself?
When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with Mr. McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious, and when he did, he said to me,
Next time there's an exchange, you let your old man do it. Understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore.
That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. I had no idea that what was actually on the discs. He had no idea what was actually on the disc I'd ask him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the discs were taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then I found out that what sort of monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of of the man will no doubt be able to imagine. McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and the witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago, and I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price...
Didn't your cane break?
Yep. There are people in this city willing to do anything you ask.
Someone tells me that guy has like canes in his undercoat.
Dude, there's people who can make food reappear after being eaten. This game is weird.
You know what, Justin? I blame you.
McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything in his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free. I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. I knew it. That tragic accident following that trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGilded who could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened the witness to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. And that's how I avenged my father's death. Still doesn't excuse you for this whole trial, though.
A spine-chilling account indeed.
But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end. Yes, I should think it's obvious. This second disc, which my father had taken in exchange with McGilded.
Oh yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it hasn't been moved from the scene of the crime.
When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs. The music box, you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What a ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, my young man. What's this? Windybank's pawnbrokery? Aye, 'tis the pawnbrokery ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give her a name. Just to hand over the ticket and tell her to find the watchword. I've put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite
looked that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are the very useful places you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault.
If I knew if he had taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in the pawnbrokery somewhere. And that night he killed, and that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at the Windy Bank that afternoon 2 days ago, you had the description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another McGilded's pawns, and he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced that it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion that the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline, and he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to Windy Banks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important movie box and the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion.
Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we'd picked up the fact that McGilded was involved.
Inspector, you've covered fast.
My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could.
Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery today, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night, with the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe it as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box and I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. The second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? A gunshot rang out into the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately, for the both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge.
Oh, sorry tale.
It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nas and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windy Banks on that wretched night.
That's sad. But, you know, justice is justice.
Mm-hmm. No matter what reasons you have, he still killed a man, and he still stole government secrets. Even if he had his reasons,
Exactly.
it's inexcusable at that point. Earlier,
This is where the line between morality
injustice.
and justice kind of blur.
Yep, that's why we struggle with a good judicial judgment. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster, a man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony! For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded.
Yep.
Yes, I think I have.
Well, this has been a long, exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Grayton?
He's been restrained, my lord, and he's being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winnebank and the stealing of government secrets.
Very good. And you, Miss Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself.
Yes, my lord. Of course. It transpires that you were complicit to helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable.
Now to defend it, Miss Legina Lestrade.
Yeah?
It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, sir. Get them squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. Final burst, final call, the final whistle. My men are ready to deliver the verdicts. And woman.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions in the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Bruno, you finally managed to do it.
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd make it come out on top for a while there.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet.
What are you looking at me for like that? What?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, 2 months ago in my courtroom, no less, you gave a false testimony, did you not? And in relation to charge today, not only did you unlawfully enter Pabockery, you also attempted abscond with Mr. McGilder's property, it seems.
I never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. Not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
And just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Jeannie this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense, determining that when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel.
Please don't waste that wine again.
He's gonna waste the wine again. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. demanding that the government secrets is disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point. Isn't that... I must say something. It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if it was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madame? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fascinated when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes for me, in fact.
Goodness, madame. I know they have the levels such as one feels.
But I must say that in my opinion, that sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaning series of two different tones. What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code at all? After all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again.
Are you off your nut? How many times I'll tell you that this contain Minister of Secret, sunshine?
This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. We know McGilded conspired to traditional national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really going to bother me.
Mr. Lestrade,
Yeah, my lord?
that which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing.
Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity. An appalling experience.
An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums.
Beg your pardon.
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You've got to change how you are yourself.
Well, that's a laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade, never gracing my courtroom with her presence again.
I think we'll get to see her in the courtroom again.
Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of the pawnbrokery business of Baker Street, hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade,
not guilty. When was confetti made? Because this does not make sense. When was fireworks made? That is fireworks inside the whole thing. She's launching bombs inside the courtroom.
That would not be happening in a courtroom.
No, it would not. Then again, you would not be also having, I don't know, weapons in the courtroom too.
Canes and stuff are not allowed in courtrooms.
Yep.
that is all. Court is adjourned.
Now the case is finally done. Jesus, that was a long fought battle. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh! Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging characters, especially considering you are very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took the case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hoped to look into eyes of a man that I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today. Total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. That happened exactly. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. On one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for the day if I must. It'll be in the sequel!
Which you're not gonna play.
If I don't play it, this game's gonna even bother me more. There's so many questions that are still unanswered in this game. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey and my retirement from the service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. Yep, there's the waste. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow. Until we meet again. We're gonna play the sequel at some point. Sooner rather than later.
I'm surprised they don't give us a year.
It's easier to not give a year, to be honest.
I mean, Japanese that wear a sword.
It's confirmed to be
You
something.
no longer can do that in Japan now.
Yeah, but it's confirmed to be like sometime between the beginning of the relationship.
What?
With
during,
Japan
like
and
the 1700s?
No, not that early. It would be like late 1800s to early 1900s, like pre-World War One. That's kind of like around that time. Based on like what Carl and Kyle have said on history.
Luckily, I know a person that is history major, so I can probably ask them.
It's done. It's over at last. But I feel like we're gonna know about the Morse code soon, Yeez. So we're gonna find out soon. Where's Iris disappeared to? Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Nara Odo. You believed in me right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one's ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All of my life growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just cause I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts you when you're let down, when you let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in the trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. And that betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. Don't make a lot of sense. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in. Adult humor at its finest. Rated M for mature, guys. Soon it'll be rated AO for adults only. But I suppose.
What happened?
Oh, I think they made an adult humor joke right there.
No.
I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After his experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along. I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling. Mr. Sholmes. I like how the bailiff is just looking at me. Yes, it was me along. You see? What happened to the other bailiff? I presumed you've been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happened to be aware of one or two foibles of a doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts were justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Close friend? Oh, thank you? Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? Well, you've been having a snooze on your nice soft bed. Some of us have been fighting for our lives. Oh, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood. It's true. So I have been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that peculiar prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Ripa Yamin. Because anyone who's found not guilty in the trial, he was working on the winds up dead anyway. Is that it? The very point I was trying to make. How has an exemplified by fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to irrational drivel myself. Technically speaking, we'll all die eventually, so no matter what, who faces the Reaper will die eventually.
So I've got a question about Sholmes. Does he actually use like what I can't remember what they call it for deductions, deductive reasoning.
Yep.
So he actually does.
Yep.
Which is what is weird to me is that Miss Lestrade is not related to any sort of inspector who grew up out on the streets, which is very weird because in most Sherlock Holmes films and stuff like that, Lestrade was one of the inspectors.
Well, we'll see that more in the second game, because she'll definitely have more importance.
However, in the Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century, that one had a really weird difference going on. And the only reason why I know this is through seeing the cartoon as a kid. Inspector Lestrade had a lineage go down. And Officer Lestrade, which was one of his descendants, was working with Holmes.
Again, like it's one of those things
really
that
weird.
this is a different story, but also we will probably see more of it in the second game, because there is a sequel to
It'd be
this.
nice if she becomes a freaking inspector.
Well, we'll see how that goes. But for now, let's finish up the story. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like I'm upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what. He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have and got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like that back through what are rotten to the core. At the end of the old day, I'm upstairs make sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. But I ain't like the McGill is always this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oi! Just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very, very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been there? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguises. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. These dolts didn't even notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. Oh, be careful. Ouch. As one famous YouTuber says, emotional damage! Anyway, it's such a shame. I was hoping to throw a party for Jeannie tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look at like I'm going to be going nowhere for a while. You heard the duds patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the back to stuff. What was in the log? Blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But divin ain't an offense. It's a job, innit? I don't think so.
still, it has me gotten thinking, Aldous. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo?
Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket.
Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for him. It's a wonderful idea.
There it is.
Yep.
There was what I was looking for.
Yep.
I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing.
Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once.
Right. Well then, looks like I'm off then.
Yes, goodbye, Gina, and good luck.
Odo?
Yes? Oh, you don't be firing at me! Don't! God dang it.
What's that for? I don't know. I don't know what to say, sir.
Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase, "Herthoto missing" from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh yes. It's good advice, Jeannie. Alright, I see. Well... Thanks, Otto. Thank you for everything, what you've done, for believing in me.
Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Aww. Cute. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, quite the indomitable pick purse.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I brought the paper outside. It's a special edition, and this tires all over the front page. Pickpocker's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. Well, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Not this again.
Well, what do you say, Runo? Hurley?
As usual, I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention to listening anything but good news.
And there you have it. How people answer the question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. I can journey back to greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news?
The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful. Also sailings out of the Dover have been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off.
But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruto? Mr. Sholmes? That is correct. I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. I wonder what we are having for dinner. And I know a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't... The Great Detective does it again. Indeed it does. I happen to be aware of a number of railroad transport Director's foibles. What? I merely made a knowledge of them known to man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are you waiting for then? To London, Victoria.
This game is not done yet. Port Quarter Quayside. That took somewhat longer than I anticipated.
Susie's butt must be about to leave now.
Miss Susato, where are you? Over there, look! It looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Miss Susato, wait! What are you doing?
Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here?
We came to see as soon as we could after the trial, I mean. We heard the sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted.
That's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your encyclopedia of British law, wasn't it?
Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So I was saying my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to law? You? Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming? It's because of the peephole, Miss Susato.
I deliberately altered the scene of the crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did was utterly unforgivable. What that reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? Oh, on the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time.
My voice is going away. God, this is a lot of voices.
Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun.
For now, I'm gonna head out.
Okay, have a good night, Mike. You sleep well.
Yep. Oh well.
I'm just gonna finish this up.
Okay.
Night.
Night.
That's so much fun. I stole Runo's armband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me.
Well, if it's important, you should be paying more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapomatic, so I put it up my sleeve. Oh, really? Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windybank saw it with it later that night.
Oh, I see.
And then... Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo.
Right. After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think this door started to play on my mind.
The storeroom door, you mean?
Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. At that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind.
Oh wait, this is still going, or is this a different game? No, this is still going. Like we're gonna go into the second game until a little bit afterwards. Like a little later. I'm just like finishing up. We're saying our final goodbyes to Susato since she's gonna leave soon.
And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know.
So you used the cat flapomat to make the peephole in the door.
as captured in the photographic print of the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed, it was the first importance. That point of importance. Precisely when the people was made, the information would prove to be Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered at the trial 2 months earlier.
The trial of Magnus McGilded.
I thought about how he had manipulated evidence and arranged false testimony and secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because of the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. We were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of our locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door.
Ah. For which a people would be the very thing.
Only the people I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. The criminal would know that, so it would make the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it?
So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the people to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew that at the time that what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confine in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner and no other possible option means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight.
If she had done that,
It would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. If Mr. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone, for your sake and Miss Lestrade's.
Mr. Sato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh?
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, is that at the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using the people as a way to implicate Gina. Besides, if the people inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Mr. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life.
Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruto, you saved me too, from my regrets.
Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured.
Yes, exactly.
Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind for sure, I'm sure.
But the revelation of the music box disc contained the secret messages, Mr. Naruto. What a triumphant to work that out. I'm full of admiration.
Well, actually, the argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was.
Oh, it wasn't?
There was a communication officer among the jury, you see, a telegraph operator, and she said the majority of the sounds on disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. A cipher? In cipher? I see. So then we could have never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero pipe problem, I assure you. So, what? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Oh, we get this. See what the words are? That's what I'm thinking. Wait, Iris. What did you just say? Oh, I just said asoji. Does that word mean something to you? Means something. Asoji was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before. The message was playing on the music box. She just grabbed it on the fly? She really is a genius. Yeah, I knew she had something up in her sleeve. I thought the message wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. Whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see, that there is more than one Morse code, not just in the English variety. Various countries around the world would have altered and added the Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based in the I-O-Ro-Ha pentagram, isn't it? You mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says asoji? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Mr. Sato, do you know it? Do you know the Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will never ever more important for the international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version? Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever it is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Susato's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names. The first is K. Asoji. Kazuma Asoji. Why? Why was his name on that disc? Second is Shin. Shin. I don't recognize that name. The third is Tigregusen. Tigregusen? Yo, Max Raid. Coming near the tail end of this whole segment, also the stream. Max Raid. I first gotta give you a Raider command. Max, how was your Valorant, my dude? Did you get any good wins and stuff like that? You're literally at the tail end of this whole story, so you're gonna see a lot of like things. Yves and I have been just like listening to this whole thing. Also, hi April. It was good. Nice. Glad it was good, my dude. So how you doing, April? Hope you're doing well. I love that name. Yeah, literally, it's like because like this guy is literally Sherlock Holmes, but because of the naming, they just named him Herlock Sholmes. I highly recommend if you guys love Ace Attorney or like good convoluted stories. try this game. It would bring Sester. Also, hi April. We are indeed at the end. Yep. Doing good. I hope you're doing good too. I'm doing well. Just finishing up this game because this game has been a long thing coming. So there's that. Gotta try it sometime. It's on Steam. It's on Switch, Steam, Xbox, and like all other things. It's a chronicle of games. It's on sale from time to time. Like, this is the early days of Ace Attorney, so you don't need to know the previous games really. But yeah, this game is like a really long but convoluted. I highly recommend it. I always wanted to play the Ace Attorney, but I'm no schmort. I would recommend at least like trying the... Well, the thing is about this one, because this is nice, because the first one is nice to get used to the mechanics, but the problem is that this one has checkpoint systems, so if you get things wrong and fail to get everything right, then you just can restart from the same point. If you play any of the earlier games before Ace Attorney 4, like 5 basically, you basically have to start from the beginning of the case all the way back up to the point where you stopped. So it's kind of like all that. So if you want to start here, I think it's okay enough that there's a lot of complicated things, that this is a lot of story. The Chronicles is on Steam if you want to really try it, where it's like this game and the second game, and they're both connected. We have so many unanswered stories going on right now. It's on my backlog for sure, dude. Like, I highly recommend it. There's a lot of story here. So if you guys don't want to get spoiled by this, I highly recommend moving on, because as much as you guys are here, this is a lot of story here, and we're seeing the last bit of plot. And I'm gonna go play the second game sometime soon. So I highly recommend getting to this game whenever you got it. I have the trilogy, but I haven't played it. I recommend playing the trilogy. I enjoyed the trilogy, but if you get to the extra case, I think it's the sixth case of the first game, it's convoluted AF. I highly recommend asking, either having someone there to help or having a guide literally there just in case you get stumped, because that case is by far, I would say, the most convoluted case ever, and I've played like literally almost all the Ace Attorney games in the series. So being that is as the most convoluted. Sorry, I must leave then. I don't want to get spoiled. Should luck though. No worries, Max. I hope you take care. Take care. Thank you for the raid. Hope you have a good rest of your night and chill. Let's play some more games later soon. And April, if you're gonna lurk too, for sure, take care, and I'll catch you later for sure. Everyone, thank you so much. As I go on with the more of it, so we're gonna start from having spoilers here on out. Well, let's finish this, Yves. So, gotta finish Legacy Goku. Yeah, no, let's finish up Legacy Goku, because I got that game is gonna only take like another hour. I mean, even then we can go straight into the second game if you want to. But yeah, let's finish it up sometime whenever you're ready, Max. Let me know for sure. Maybe next weekend or a weekday. But I think I'm gonna be busy for like a good while, because I actually officially am moving. So my streams are gonna be a little bit more sporadic. So I might not even stream for the beginning of June for a little bit, because I'm gonna be moving. So just May might be like a little harder to work with, but we'll see. Anyway, yeah. You guys take care. I'll catch you guys later for sure. Have a good rest of your night, by the way, guys, and rest well. Anyway, Sholmes. Yeah, no problem, man. No worries. Take care. It would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? And the last name. What's the matter, Miss Susato? It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the four names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all four. And that's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then. Where's Susie and Runo come from? Oh, well... no. It's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yumei University. But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, involving the case of the Mr. Windybanks murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Things are getting serious, Eves. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you the safe passage, Mr. Sato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Mr. Sato, I hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruto, please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. Great. Naruto made 2 girls cry in one case. That is not nice, dude. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, don't know. Oh, now, don't forget this, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Feels bad, man. Yep. Huh. Oh, yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruto? Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SSBlazer, I was dragged out from the wardrobe, still half asleep. Technically not the first time we met. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma's great legacy. Mr. Sato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Oh, animated cutscene!
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
At least for the first volume,
Looking back
Yves.
now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
You better not run with that sword all the time.
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer.
So where's your armband?
Traveling halfway around the world to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be
Oh, there it is.
trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
Of course, with his violin.
After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
And that is the end of part 1 of Ryunosuke's journey. Except there's another part. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have something rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the Special Express train, apparently. Huh? It's caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we should have never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered in your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mr. Sato, you love defending yourself in court. Huh? Of course, a typical end to the Ace Attorney. It wouldn't be like this and without Ace Attorney problems. Alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. Get wrecked! He really didn't look that sort of look like a sort of man who'd do something so outrageous, see? Mr. Sholmes. Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh, yes. I love Bruno's words. And I know just the one he will use here. Then, I really must say...
Objection!
And that is the end of the first game. Man, what a story. So, yeah. I like the VNS and added the menu custom. Yeah, no. So, use the story of this game. I want to kind of like summarize it to you so you kind of know where I'm going at. In following weeks, 100 music boxes have arrived in Baker Streets from all over Europe. Something is afoot. Though it transpired that I had ordered them all by myself, so I advised them for sale with the use of Mr. Sholmes to solve the Imperial case, and the money I've earned consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. Dang. Yeah, so I'll kind of summarize what kind of happened in the game once we get through a little bit of the credits, because obviously we're gonna have dialogue here. I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. I've been busy. Hurry, Urushi cooks me breakfast. When cooks is an overstatement for some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfast. Wow. Hurley cannot cook for crap. Talk about that. Oh, you.
Witness! Your testimony is riddled with contradictions! Exactly!
I don't even know what I gave it.
Why did you read on the rare stakes themselves?
Well, hold in the no father. I calling my son a liar. Witnesses, your courtroom is no place for petty arguments.
Yeah, that's from the first case. So overall, this game's honestly, I enjoyed it a lot. I was wondering what's happening. Having delivered Russian dancers to the shore. And I said, I've apprehended it's extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong. I only did this. I get street refuge in my pocket. My man brings kittens on board, and suddenly he is a hardened criminal. It's not fair. So it's kind of like the past kind of thing. What happened? But oh no, this was like during the time, I guess. Yeah. Built man different. Scientific investigations will be a gold standard for policing the new age. I dream of a world governed by tenets of order and discipline, like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in a perfect union. Now, if you excuse me, I have 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. Yeah, so I like this game, like, probably... Oh, it's hard to say, but it's definitely one of my more favorite Ace Attorney games, that's for sure. It's, like, higher than most, is what I say.
The latest renders get loosened out. Whenever I say one more line she wrote now, I get standing ovation. Wanna hear it? Humph. Not bad, I suppose. For an amateur.
I honestly can't do voices anymore. My glug. Her ladyship puts me to shame. I honestly, my throat is actually legit busted right now. And I'm out of water. I've been doing too many voices without practicing. This is why I need to actually practice my voice. It works.
Been visiting the old girl on the daily basis called Joni, my old Jerry bud. Must say, battling those belly stairs every day has been done wonders for crooked her. Managing rather well for housework. Got my maid business taped up, I'd say. Hope the opposite neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid.
Yeah, you talked in a lot of different voices, yeah. And I wasn't actually practicing with like my vocal cords. It's been quite some hours. Yep. Oh, these guys.
Aurora's back at beat again, and thanks to the Reaper. Oh, nothing is more enjoying is hunting at these chains of cutter. I'm better bobbing there looking at wonders. They're dropping pennies and my lovely wife.
I thought she was gonna be not a lovely wife,
Oh, Pat, Aurora.
but instead it's actually a true loving relationship no matter what.
Looks like I'm gonna be doing for the bit of time for bit now. But Iris comes every day for a natter, so it ain't too boring. So what's going on about cases what Sholmes is looking into? Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you're getting to them.
So this is hidden, like what Mike said earlier about how should be like she was in the books a like criminal investigator. So this is probably like leading to what she will be in the second game. But yeah, there's a lot of ooh. Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets, please.
Give neck up. You ain't right. We used to.
No.
Ringo, can come back for a Middleton Skulkin's milk run, right?
The Three Musket Wotsits. Milk in the neighborhood for all it's worth. So I guess he gave up the life of fame to a life of crime. Well, at least he's getting happy. Go back through and watch the older cases of this one as well. I would highly recommend it. I have an entire collection of it, and it should be on my YouTube channel. Though I have to make the playlist because I've been slacking on that. So whichever it works better, I might be on the YouTube better. If you want to watch the entire cases of this whole thing, I can help set that up tonight. Because all of it except this one would be up there.
Guys, and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well.
Sure, man, sounds good. Yeah. I'll work on that before I go to bed tonight for sure. But yeah, I'll give my thoughts once the actual credits roll. Oh, look at that picture. That's actually pretty cool. That is actually... Oh, the cat is actually trying to put the hat on. Or trying to grab the hat. That's actually pretty cute. What do you know? Is that it? That is it. There we go. All right, so yeah, so my thoughts on the game. It was very cool and it looks more animated. Yeah, no, for sure. So here's my thoughts of the game. I'm gonna go with the bad first because I'm gonna try to go with it. Bad is the pacing. Like honestly, I really didn't like the first case pacing. And first and second case pacing. Like they were honestly dragged out way longer than they should have. You probably hear this when I actually play them, or like see the re-recordings of it, and then like actually hear me complain about it. But it is honestly really annoying to deal with the pacing of the first and second game, because it felt like a lot of moments dragged on. There was like a lot of obvious moments, and then just like it just kept going on and on. That was my big problem with the first two cases. Now, given that though, the intro to it was interesting enough that it plotted a point of the first person's like kind of expectancy, and it was questioned. The present case was, I don't know, like the second case was definitely one of those, like it was kind of random, it was kind of meh, but I liked it being different than an actual trial case. So it was more investigation than anything. They kind of changed it up, but it definitely hurt because of its length. That's what my big concern is. The third case, okay, out of all the cases now, I definitely like the fifth case a lot better in terms of pacing. It is a little bit long, but it worked up a lot of the moments. It definitely kind of like hit shifting it around a lot. It's there, but I definitely like the conclusion of the third one. The other one is definitely like my second favorite case now, because third case, as Yves you saw, was Mick Gilded's trial. The reason for that specifically was that because he was acquitted for being not enough information for being a murderer, which that was now proven that he is the murderer. Like, it was a lot of things. So the fact that we basically acquitted a man who was actually a criminal was very not satisfying at all. But that was the meant of the third case, and that was actually something that I actually very much enjoyed that no other Ace Attorney really did, at least the ones I played. So for the most part, I actually really enjoyed that. That was definitely a really good one. It kept going back and forth, and there was obviously some weird ones, and McGilded was very suspicious, but in the end, we got him acquitted. The fourth case was a little bit of the normal Ace Attorney, I would say, kind of thing. Yeah, I like how they came together too. Yeah, the fourth one was a little bit weirder, I would say. After all the different things, it kind of, the placement of it was like, it's just normal of a case. So I can't really say so much about that case. It just felt like a normal Ace Attorney case. That's it. So I'm not really 100% certain the whole the whole connection with all of it personally. But the fifth case was definitely a great end. Now I can see why, Justin, you said that the fifth case was a really good end to the first game. And I really do say, this whole fifth case from like beginning to end, how all the minor details I noticed were coming together. I missed a few ones and misinterpreted ones, of course, but it definitely was something that was really well contrived, and I really did like it. There's a lot of questions in this game that has yet to be answered, and that is fine for the most part. It says for the most part because they're obviously making a sequel, because that's how they built it on. So this game, as my brother remember playing it, was more of a setup game to the second game. And according to Justin as well, and my brother, the second game is a lot better in terms of like overall production and everything. So I'm looking forward to it finally. So what do I think about this game as the Ace Attorney game? I definitely think it's one of my more favorite ones. I definitely like it more than the second Ace Attorney game and the fourth one, that's for sure. The first one is just nostalgic, but the fifth case was really good, but this one built on all the cases together for the most part, so it kind of like connected everything together, which a lot of Ace Attorney games don't really do that. They usually do like either a case by themselves, or they have like the previous case connected to this one. There's only one other case, so it's not really that much connection. So I like how they actually had an overall plot point of everything connected together. So that's really nice. So honestly, I really like Dual Destinies 2. So I guess like this would be arguable like between Dual Destinies and this one being like kind of about the same, but maybe a little bit bigger kind of thing too. So I don't know. They're higher. So yeah. I enjoyed Great Ace Attorney Adventures. It was definitely a fun one, and I'm finally glad I finally finished this story. It was a long story, and it has a lot of like me just talking. Oh, that's nice. I'm considering gifting this game to my friend, which is currently in law school. You know what? That would be actually pretty funny, because Ace Attorney, like actually, the creator of Ace Attorney literally made it to make fun of the Japanese law system. Even there's videos about actual law people doing playing the games and stuff like that, and it's actually kind of funny. So yeah, the next game we're gonna be picking is gonna be Ace Attorney, Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. We're gonna be playing that at some other point. I'm gonna probably playing it sooner rather than later because I do like the story to keep going. But yeah, it's definitely a game I'm gonna be focusing on to play. And here's the funny thing: Great Ace Attorney Adventures. I was like, here's a fun fact to use. I was actually playing this with Paragon Greninja, and Emoto and like a friend Fanto, all like a late at night, and we were playing like a 3DS English ROM of it. Like it was the Great Ace Attorney was never released in America or English translated until this port of Collections. So I was just playing the English one. That's why I knew, like, when you rewatch the videos, I knew how to play the first and second game, like first and second case. The second game had like an incomplete English patch, but now there's an official one, so there's that. But yeah, I intend to play the second one from start to finish, and I really want to see what is at the end resolve of this whole game. What's the mysterious of everything, and especially what happened to the government communications. Why are those guys' names there? Well, that is it. But my thoughts on the game, I really enjoyed it. It's definitely one of my more interesting Ace Attorney games. It's just the pacing was definitely ruined it a little bit, which is why I kind of gave up on it at the beginning, because it was just so darn long to get through. And that's how it is. But yeah, no, the Great Ace Attorney is a good, interesting story, and I do genuinely enjoy it. So there's that. So yeah, I don't know what else I don't know when I'm gonna be playing the actual next story of the next part of this whole entire series, but I intend to play it soon because I do want to see the end of this entire story and see what it goes. I'll just probably like pace it out a little bit, but definitely it was a fun time just to get through everything. I really hope that the first case and like the other cases are just not going to be that as like dragged out as the first one. But yeah, maybe one day when I get my copy back of Ace Attorney and Professor Layton, I probably will play that on stream too, because I do like to see how that goes. I like the game. It was a good time. Yeah, no, I liked it too. I'm glad you were here, Yves. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna be playing this more often than not. If you ever miss it, you can always just catch it on my archive channels. For the most part, I plan to mostly play this earlier due to the fact that I know that Emoto was very liking this, and might be better for like Paragon as well. So I'm not 100% certain how that works with Olio's schedule, but I'll definitely be playing this better with pacing out the parts a little bit for sure. But yeah, I'm gonna be looking forward to Great Ace Attorney Resolve, and we'll see how that goes. But as of right now, I'm glad I got a Great Ace Attorney 1 done. As for special contents, I know that there's a bit spoilers, so I'm not going to go into the spoiler territory in this second gallery, but out of curiosity... Ooh, look at all the medals. Okay, so yeah, there's some medals, so still spoilers there. Ooh. I'm not gonna look at that as well. Looks like there's not much I can look at it that specifically switches the game, which is, it just kind of sucks, which I kind of wish they can showcase some of the games, but can't not. Oh yeah, by the way, Yves, you can also, one thing I like about this one, if you really don't, I forgot to mention this to Max, but if you really don't want to also play this, you can turn story mode on, and it kind of just presents everything on everything. Like, you don't have to do anything, you just like literally watch it, which honestly, I know this is I know that it's more accessible to the game, and like to be fair, like some people just want to watch the story as it unfolds. And I honestly think this is a pretty good idea. It seems very simple. It seems very niche to people, but there are some people who just want to watch the game without thinking. And honestly, I think this is a really good idea. I already VN, so I'm used to it. Yeah. Like, that's the thing. It's just like, this is honestly a really good idea, just story mode. I know some people might be against it, but I honestly think it's a really good, like, game decision, personally. But yeah, there is, that is all the Great Ace Attorney, my thoughts, at least for the first game. We're going to see what the second game is, but until then, that's not going to happen tonight, because I'm not going into the second game tonight. No, I'm going to put on some Ace Attorney music in this one instead of this one. Give me a second. Where is it? Yeah, but I may end up doing that. I don't think I own the game at the moment, but I think I could pick up the trilogy for like $10. I don't know if the trilogy is currently has that kind of option. I just look up a guide at that point, but this one does. I don't know if any other like, Ace Attorney games. I don't know if Justin has that confirmed or not, but yeah, no, this is a fun one. I think this is if Ace Attorney is on sale, this should be on sale somewhere. It's on Steam, so I know that. But yeah, this is a fun one. I'm not gonna play the second one just because, like, one, my throat is literally shot right now. I cannot do the voices I did before. I was slowly dying with everyone, and that's me because I wasn't practicing, and that's my bad. But yeah, that is gonna be the thing. Yeah, go get some water, man. I am gonna get some water after this. I'm gonna work on some like other things before I go to bed, but yeah, that's all the plans I have. But for everyone, thank you so much, Yves. Thank you for Justin and everyone who just joined in to watch this entire thing. It was actually legit fun going through and beating this for real. Next time, the next one. Yeah, I will let everyone know. You can see in my Discord when that actually happens. As of right now, I don't 100% know when I'm gonna be actually doing that, but I don't think I'm gonna be I don't feel like I'm gonna be starting it like next week or the week after right away. Maybe I will. I have to really think about that first, because I did mention I am gonna probably be taking like a week or two off of streaming, just because I need to get my setup ready for my move and everything, and for that first requires me actually owning a desk first and foremost. So there's that, and I need to get everything situated in my life. So as of right now, that is not gonna be my priority. I'm gonna probably decide at when you see my Discord and all that stuff. So yeah, but yeah, I will catch you guys later for sure on another night. I think that tomorrow, I believe that there is gonna be some D&D. I haven't heard a no from anyone, so I'm gonna assume that there's D&D at 6 p.m. Pacific time. Wherever you guys are, it's gonna go on for like maybe like an hour or two, depending on how late we start, because that thing is just whenever. But yeah, you take it easy too, Yves. Thank you so much for joining in. Thank you, Justin, for being here and just watching me. I hope it was entertaining enough for you. But yeah, everyone, I hope everyone takes care of themselves. I'm gonna be rating Grace. Well, actually, wait, hold on, give me one moment. I'm actually curious, is anyone else streaming Great Ace Attorney? Yeah, it looks like it, but I see already a couple like thumbnails that has some interesting moments, so I'm not gonna do that. Nada. Yeah, I'm just gonna rate Grace then. Yeah, we're gonna go with the second game at some other point, but yeah. Yeah. Maybe when I finish the second game, we can probably find someone else who's playing Great Ace Attorney. How about that? If I forget about that, Justin, please remind me. Because I probably will. But yeah. I hope everyone takes care of themselves. I hope everyone have a great rest. Thank you guys so much for joining in. Everyone stay safe. If I don't see you tomorrow on D&D, that's totally fine. I hope to see you guys in another stream, whether it be mine or someone else's. Everyone take care of themselves. And of course, everyone stay safe. So I don't have a raid message. Let's see. I think my raid message is going to be case closed. Case closed, and a random emote of your guys' choosing. I think my emote of my choosing is gonna be my swag emote, but of course, if you're not, I think that's my bit emote. Is that my bit emote? Yeah, that's my bit emote. That's gonna be my message. But of course, if you don't have a message, if you don't have my bits, which most likely some of you guys don't, let's see, what would be a good emote to use? Sure, Pog Bones. Let's try that. Pog Bones is another one you can use. That's global. But yeah, case closed is going to be the raid message. And we're going to be raiding Grace. She's playing Genshin. I hope you guys like Genshin. I don't know. Who watches Genshin? I don't think Paragon. Some guy in the Paragon Ninja uses. You guys never watch people who play Genshin content. Never. Waka hi. Wahoi! Yeah. But anyway, I'll catch you guys later. I hope you guys stay safe. I see you guys in another stream. Mine and someone else's. And I'll see you guys in either tomorrow or next week. Take care, guys. And take it easy.